Chapter 35:59, Chapter 633, Zero Wings Warehouse. Chapter 35:59, Chapter 633, Zero Wings Warehouse. Chapter 633, Zero Wings Warehouse System. Guild residents will finish upgrading in 30 minutes. System. Do you wish to spend 10,000 eternal gold coins to upgrade the existing guild hall into an advanced guild hall? Upgrade the guild hall. Shurfeng promptly chose to upgrade the guild hall as well. Shurfeng had previously had Hidden Soul return to the Crystal City in advance and secretly sell the secret treasures they obtained in small batches. Meanwhile, the popularity of the secret treasures far exceeded his expectations. Zero Wing had earned a whopping 100,000 eternal gold in just one day, and it only came at the cost of a quarter of their secret treasure stockpile. If they sold all of the secret treasures they obtained, they could expect to earn about 400,000 eternal gold. After deducting the 60,000 eternal gold given to Billowing Water, Zero Wing still possessed a little more than 45,000 eternal gold. So, an expenditure of 10,000 eternal gold wasn't anything significant for the current Zero Wing. Not to mention, the value of an advanced guild hall in the Eternal Realm easily exceeded 10,000 eternal gold. It was also one of the most valuable privileges afforded to an advanced guild residence. Basic guild halls had many private rooms where guild members could spend some guild contribution points to rest in. Not only could these private rooms help players recover their stamina and concentration at an accelerated rate, but they could also help in the removal of foreign energies, such as holy power. Meanwhile, advanced guild halls took things a step further. Not only did advanced guild halls have advanced private rooms, the enhanced version of the standard private room, but they also had guild quarters that offered long-term stays for guild members. Although guild quarters were more limited in number, going by the size of Zero Wing's residence, its advanced guild hall should have at least 1,000 guild quarters. These guild quarters were akin to a guild city's private houses. They could be equipped with teleportation arrays that players could teleport to. The only difference between the teleportation feature of a guild hall's guild quarters and a guild city's houses was that the former had a 36-hour cooldown, while the latter only had a 24-hour cooldown. Even so, the teleportation feature of guild quarters was invaluable in the Eternal Realm. With it, guild members could save their time on making return trips and start to explore more distant locations. Their leveling and resource acquisition efficiencies would be nearly double that of players who couldn't directly teleport back to a city. After initiating the guild residence and guild halls upgrade, Shurfeng hurried to deposit his loot into the warehouse. They had acquired many treasures from the Nameless City's treasury. Just the items in Gentle Snow's and Azure Shadow's bags numbered over 200,000. Among them were over 30,000 bottles of Divine Water of Life, over 10,000 bottles of Soul Essence, and over 150,000 legendary materials of all kinds. The value of these items was enough to cause even an apex power to lose its mind. However, compared to the items Shurfeng obtained, the value of these materials paled significantly. In fact, merely the 7 Luminaries crystals and Eternal God crystals he obtained were enough to surpass these materials in value. In the case of 7 Luminaries crystals, he had obtained over 5,000 7 Luminaries crystal treasure chests, each containing close to 10,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. All of the treasure chests combined contributed roughly 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Even the various apex powers wouldn't necessarily have such an amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. As for Eternal God crystals, he had looted over 10,000 of them. The several hundred Eternal God crystals the Holy Race players obtained from the Nameless City's core region looked like a pittance compared to the amount he obtained. Aside from 7 Luminaries crystals and Eternal God crystals, he had also obtained 1,000 Behemoth sets, 50 Dragon's Fury sets, 3,000 copies of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique, 500 copies of the Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique, and 10 copies of the Silver Mana Purification Technique. The Behemoth set was a combat secret treasure set, while the Dragon's Fury set was an extraordinary secret treasure set. The combined value of all these items was even greater than the value of the 7 Luminaries crystals and Eternal God crystals he obtained. Only, compared to all these items, what attracted Shifeng's interest the most was a pulsating golden heart. However, no matter how Shifeng tried to investigate and research the golden heart, he was only given answers such as unknown and cannot be appraised by the system. Even so, every time the golden heart pulsated, it would emit a liquid-like eternal energy. In fact, simply letting it out in an enclosed room would quickly turn the room's eternal energy into a mist-like state. Even if this item was used as nothing more than a decoration in a room, its value would easily rival complete divine artifacts. Are you really going to let guild members freely exchange all these items, guild leader? Hidden Soul asked, feeling very shocked when she learned that Shifeng was going to make a bunch of combat secret treasure sets and common mana purification technique copies available for exchange. Currently, although many teams had already started to obtain combat secret treasures from the underground Crystal Palace, the actual number of combat secret treasures obtained was still pitiful compared to the Crystal City's player population. Hence, combat secret treasures remained an incredibly rare commodity. As for combat secret treasure sets, even pseudo-Apex powers were unlikely to have more than a few sets. Yet, Shifeng had decided to make 50 Behemoth sets available for exchange in the guild warehouse. Not only did this allow all guild members to inspect the Behemoth set, but internal members could also freely exchange it with GCPs. If the Crystal City's various powers were to learn of this, they would absolutely go crazy. Moreover, as if he wasn't satisfied with this result, Shifeng took things a step further by making 50 copies of the Common Mana Purification Technique available for exchange. Currently, the Common Mana Purification Technique had only started to become popularized among the various pseudo-Apex powers. As for everyone else, it remained exceedingly rare. Even the core members of upper-ranking hegemonic powers were not an exception. If it became known that Zero Wing's internal members could exchange for the technique, it would absolutely cause a huge uproar. These items might be precious, but fifth-floor experts and geniuses with great potential are more valuable, Shifeng said, nodding. Moreover, this is only the first batch. Later on, I will make the Bronze Purification Technique and Extraordinary Secret Treasure sets available for exchange as well. Even the Extraordinary Secret Treasure sets. Hidden Soul couldn't help but look at Shifeng in astonishment. It had only been a day since she had returned from the Western continent. Previously, Zero Wing didn't even own a single Extraordinary Secret Treasure. Yet, Shifeng was now prepared to make Extraordinary Secret Treasure sets available for exchange to internal members. This situation made her wonder what exactly she had missed by returning to the Eternal Continent ahead of everyone else. How did Zero Wing suddenly become so wealthy? By the way, I'll give this fantasy secret treasure to you on loan for now. As for the GCPs needed to exchange it, you can take your time repaying it, Shifeng said as he handed Hidden Soul the Wind Dragon secret treasure. Hidden Soul was one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, yet she was still a step away from becoming a fifth-floor expert. Now that Zero Wing already had many fifth-floor experts, if Hidden Soul's strength did not improve, she would have difficulty convincing others of her leadership. However, if Hidden Soul had the Wind Dragon secret treasures, help, she should be close to matching even Golden Masters. Subsequently, time passed, and half an hour went by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a pillar of light enveloped the entirety of Zero Wing's residence, and all players inside the residence simultaneously received a system notification. System: Zero Wing's residence has been successfully upgraded into an advanced guild residence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3560. Chapter 634. Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Chapter 3560. Chapter 634. Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Chapter 634. Zero Wing's 3 Overlords. Zero Wing's residence. Guild Hall. The Guild Hall's lobby was packed with Zero Wing members waiting in line in front of the Guild's commission counter, all looking to pick up Guild quests. So many people were waiting in line that they filled half of the lobby. If players from other guilds could see this sight, they would most certainly be astonished. Normally, players in a guild would be reluctant to take on guild quests. It was especially so in the Eternal Realm. This was due to guild quests requiring players to leave the confines of NPC cities and enter the wilderness. Many Holy Race players currently roamed the Eternal Continent's wilderness. If players from the two races met, a battle was bound to ensue. And because the risk of death was very high during such events, few members of the various guilds were willing to challenge guild quests. However, the situation was completely different in Zero Wing. Zero Wing's members happily took on guild quests, their behavior making it seem as if they did not care about the high risk of dying to Holy Race players. As everyone waited for their turn to select a guild quest, a team of 20 players walked into the lobby. The team was of modest size, but nearly half of its members were fifth-floor experts. The leading middle-aged male berserker was even carrying a legendary spear and wore a legendary helmet, and his imposing presence was no different than that of Tier 6 players. Meanwhile, when the male berserker and his team appeared, they immediately drew the attention of everyone in the lobby. Boss Samsara is back. Boss Samsara's aura is incredible, as expected of the man who led the annihilation of dozens of Holy Race teams. I can see why even the Holy Race's various powers have started to offer bounties for his head. With how strong Boss Samsara is, I think Boss Blackflame is the only person in the guild stronger than him. I heard many guilds have tried to poach him during this period, with some even offering permanent residency in a first-tier city. When the Zero Wing members in the lobby looked at the 20-man team's leader, feelings of awe and envy filled them. Fervent Samsara, formerly the commander of the Samsara adventurer team, Fervent Samsara had chosen to join Zero Wing with his adventurer team in order to obtain the secret crystal trading firm's advanced membership. Meanwhile, after joining Zero Wing, his performance in the guild impressed many Zero Wing members, especially in dangerous wilderness maps. He had even made Zero Wing's name known in the surrounding NPC cities. Now, even though Fervent Samsara wasn't an executive member of Zero Wing, his influence in the guild had surpassed even that of Zero Wing's several vice guild leaders. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fervent Samsara and his team approached the corner of the first-floor dining area. Seeing this, everyone in the lobby quieted down. Currently, seated in the corner that Fervent Samsara approached was another team of players. The team was much larger than Fervent Samsara's team, consisting of 50 players. Moreover, 1/3 of the team's members were fifth-floor experts. Meanwhile, the leader of this larger team was Heavy Abyss, a female guardian knight clad in icy blue heavy armor. Although Heavy Abyss's helmet prevented others from seeing her face, going by the outline of her armor, she was definitely a stunning beauty. In fact, many guild members suspected that Heavy Abyss could probably rival the guild's several vice guild leaders. However, compared to Heavy Abyss's appearance, everyone in Zero Wing was more curious about her strength. Heavy Abyss was originally a solo player operating in the Crystal City of Secrets. Like Fervent Samsara, she had joined Zero Wing to enjoy the secret crystal trading firm's advanced membership. However, unlike Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss had only started to form her team after joining Zero Wing and impressing the guild's other fifth-floor experts with her strength. As for how strong Heavy Abyss was exactly, it remained a mystery to everyone in Zero Wing. But based on her performance thus far, everyone knew she was in no way inferior to Golden Masters. Combined with the fifth-floor experts who followed her, her influence in Zero Wing was already comparable to Fervent Samsara, and everyone recognized her as one of Zero Wing's 3 overlords. Have those two ever gone out of their way to interact with each other? What's going on? Why are 2 of Zero Wing's 3 overlords suddenly having a meeting? Is something big going to happen soon? The Zero Wing members in the lobby were astonished when they saw Fervent Samsara's team taking a seat before Heavy Abyss's team. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss were recognized as Zero Wing's 3 overlords. Each of them held great influence in Zero Wing. All 3 were also incredibly strong, and many experts were willing to become their followers. However, these 3 individuals had varying daily activities. Adding on Zero Wing's loose management over its normal members, these 3 individuals had almost never interacted with each other. Yet, 2 of Zero Wing's 3 overlords have met up together now. In everyone's opinion, such a meeting definitely meant a major event was coming up for Zero Wing. Greetings, Commander Abyss. This should be our first official meeting, right? After taking his seat, Fervent Samsara greeted the heavily armored woman before him. Then, in a tone of amazement, he continued, "You are as powerful as the rumors say. In terms of concentration, I think you are already the undisputed number 1. Unless his senses were playing a trick on him, he was certain that the concentration of the woman before him had already reached the Tier 6 advanced standard. For a Tier 5 Guardian Knight, this was an unbelievable achievement. "You are too kind, Commander Samsara," Heavy Abyss replied in a clear and ethereal voice. However, there was no hint of joy or delight in her tone. "You are not bad, either. Now that you have fused an advanced law already, you can probably challenge your Tier 6 promotion anytime and immediately become the Crystal City's strongest player." "You are indeed amazing, Commander Abyss." Fervent Samsara laughed heartily, unfazed at having his secret seen through. "In that case, let's get straight to the point. Are you here to talk about the Skylight Association's invitation?" Heavy Abyss asked. "That's right." Fervent Samsara nodded. "I'm sure you've already looked into it, but Skylight has been developing rapidly at the capital, and it is now looking to expand into the Crystal City. To do that, it needs local experts familiar with the city's situation. Skylight's representative has offered me 10 permanent residential slots in a first-tier city and a spot on their board of elders. They are also willing to help cover my contract penalties with Zero Wing. I trust that you have received a roughly similar offer. I also heard that you have been helping our several Vice Guild leaders train during this period. You have any suggestions? Suggestions?" Calmly smiling under her helmet, Heavy Abyss asked, "Are you suggesting that I suggest to the guild leader to further reduce the restrictions on outer members like us?" Fervent Samsara did not respond verbally and simply looked at Heavy Abyss in silence, obviously acknowledging Heavy Abyss's words. If Fervent Samsara had to be honest, he had nothing negative to say about his time with Zero Wing. The atmosphere among the guild's outer members was rather lax, with few restrictions, and Zero Wing remained the only guild that could guarantee players access to the secret crystal trading firm's membership. Even now, many independent players still sought to join Zero Wing for these reasons. However, after all was said and done, he was still more accustomed to being a completely free and independent player. In addition, the secret crystal trading firm's attractiveness was decreasing by the day. If possible, he would like to negotiate with Zero Wing to further reduce the restrictions imposed on players like himself and Heavy Abyss. "If I have to comment," after pondering in silence for a moment, Heavy Abyss said, We'll definitely enjoy unimaginable wealth and status if we join the Skylight Association. But if we want to improve our skills and strength, becoming full-fledged members of Zero Wing may be the better choice. Join Zero Wing to improve our skills and strength. Fervent Samsara was surprised by Heavy Abyss's words. How so? At the same time as Fervent Samsara finished speaking, a regional announcement entered the ears of everyone in Zero Wing's residence. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for upgrading its guild residence into an advanced guild residence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3561. Chapter 635. Whole city in an uproar. Chapter 3561. Chapter 635. Whole city in an uproar. Chapter 635. Whole city in an uproar. The regional announcement was repeated 3 times, its arrival causing all players in Zero Wing's residence to fall silent for a moment. An advanced guild residence. What's going on? The Zero Wing members present couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they read the regional announcement in their notification window. It wasn't uncommon to see advanced guild residences outside the Eternal Realm. On the contrary, they were practically everywhere. However, for an advanced guild residence to appear in the Eternal Realm, and in the Crystal City of Secrets no less, it was an incredibly unbelievable situation. Is this the reason? Fervent Samsara asked as he looked at Heavy Abyss in astonishment. An advanced guild residence might be of little significance to players outside the Eternal Realm, but it was a matter of great significance for players living in the Eternal Realm. Guild quarters. This was one of the privileges available only to advanced guild residences and above. Guild quarters allowed guild members to have their own private residence within the guild residence. With it, no matter how far players traveled, so long as they remained in the Eternal Realm, they could immediately teleport back to their guild quarters on demand. Such a privilege was invaluable in the Eternal Realm. This, however, Heavy Abyss was similarly stunned by this situation. Her suggestion to Fervent Abyss was based entirely on the astounding growth rate of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the several Vice Guild leaders' growth in strength was unprecedented. Not to mention, Zero Wing was willing to go to great lengths to nurture its internal members, which could be seen by how it had arranged for fifth-floor experts other than herself to train its internal members. With how generous Zero Wing was toward its internal members, if she and Fervent Samsara became Zero Wing's internal members, they might just be able to further develop their skills and strength. But Zero Wing suddenly coming into possession of an advanced guild hall was definitely beyond her imagination. However, before anyone could react, everyone inside the guild hall was forcibly teleported to the residence's front plaza. At the same time, the guild hall started to rapidly transform before everyone's eyes. Then, after just 10 seconds, a 10-story guild hall took shape before the Zero Wing members in the plaza. Quick! Secure some guild quarters right away. Buying GCPs at a high price. Buying GCPs at a high price. Following the appearance of the new guild hall, the Zero Wing members promptly snapped out of their dazes and charged into the building, wanting to be the first to exchange a guild quarter. Meanwhile, after many Zero Wing members arrived at the guild's exchange point, they were once again shocked by the items made available for exchange using guild contribution points. Crazy! Zero Wing must be crazy. Oh my God! 50 combat-ranked secret treasure sets. Am I hallucinating? Mana purification technique. Wasn't this thing rumored to be available only to the various major guilds' core members? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the list of items that could be exchanged in the guild warehouse. be it the Behemoth Combat Secret Treasure Set or the rumored mana purification technique. None of them were things ordinary players like themselves could come into contact with. In fact, even the various pseudo-Apex Powers executives wouldn't necessarily have access to these items. Yet, Zero Wing was now making these items available for exchange. Moreover, the only condition to exchange these items was to be an internal member. What should we do now? Boss Samsara, one of the fifth-floor experts from the Samsara Adventurer team, asked. Previously, even when faced with the Skylight Association's lucrative offer to recruit them, they had only felt a hint of temptation. After all, the conditions offered were merely nice-to-haves and not necessary in their opinions. However, it was a completely different story for Zero Wing's internal benefits. They would be blatantly lying if they said they didn't want them. No wonder our dear guild leader never paid much attention to the management of outer members, Fervent Samsara said, taking a deep breath after he finished looking through the warehouse's exchange list. It seems it's time we have a proper discussion with that guild leader of ours. When the Samsara Adventurer team joined Zero Wing, it had only done so on a superficial level. Nobody in the Adventurer team ever considered becoming a part of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's executives also didn't seem to care about this matter, choosing to let them free range in the guild. Of course, they were more than happy with such an arrangement. It was also why they didn't rush to join the Skylight Association. However, after seeing the benefits Zero Wing offered to its internal members, it had become very difficult for them to sit still. It was especially so when they saw the mana purification technique. This was something that they must have if they wished to progress further as Tier 6 players in the future. Let's go and negotiate with the guild leader as well, Commander Abyss. We can forge a much better divine body if we can exchange this mana purification technique. Similar to the Samsara Adventurer team, many of the fifth-floor experts in Heavy Abyss's team were also tempted by Zero Wing's internal benefits. At worst, we'll offer to sign a 10-year contract with Zero Wing. So long as we can get our hands on the mana purification technique, even serving Zero Wing for a decade wouldn't be a problem. Their desire for the mana purification technique was blazing hot. Meanwhile, their interest in joining the Skylight Association could be described as lukewarm. Okay, I'll try to talk to him, Heavy Abyss said, sighing helplessly. Her original intention was to distance herself from Zero Wing's internal affairs as much as possible. She also didn't wish to get involved in the war between guilds that was bound to happen in the future. But she would be lying if she said the mana purification technique didn't tempt her. While two of Zero Wing's 3 overlords were making their move, news of Zero Wing's residence being upgraded quickly spread across the Crystal City of Secrets, causing many independent experts to grow restless. They could still resist Zero Wing's temptation if it was only a matter of secret treasures. But the privilege to teleport back to the city was something they could not resist. The Eternal Realm was massive. Even with the help of flying ships, it would take several hours to travel between neighboring NPC cities. Moreover, as players' levels increased, they would also need to travel farther and farther away from NPC cities to grind in suitable maps. As for the underground Crystal Palace, it simply couldn't be used as a reliable grinding spot due to the entrance cooldown. Not to mention, each time they re-entered the secret land, they would have to start from the first floor. Players under level 160 might be able to more or less rely on the underground Crystal Palace for EXP, but it was simply unrealistic to try to level up in the secret land past level 160. Ultimately, they would still have to go to the high-level maps in the fields. Meanwhile, when it came to grinding out in the fields, the ability to teleport back to a city would become extremely important. Not only would it allow players to cut their travel time in half, but they could also use this ability to escape from danger. Shortly after the upgrade of Zero Wing's residence, News of Zero Wing's internal benefits also started to spread across the city. Upon learning of the items Zero Wing's internal members could exchange for many fifth-floor experts and adventurer teams that were previously against getting involved in the struggles between guilds promptly jumped out of their seats and contacted Zero Wing. Of course, as these fifth-floor experts and adventurer teams were reluctant to abandon their freedom completely, they didn't outright choose to become Zero Wing's internal members. Instead, they offered to be in Zero Wing's service for anywhere from several years to over a decade. In return, they asked for the privilege to exchange for the mana purification technique. Over 200 fifth-floor experts have contacted me thus far. Guild leader, are you really not going to consider their suggestions? Hidden Soul couldn't help but ask Sherfong when she saw the partnership conditions the various adventurer teams and solo experts had sent her. Also, Samsara and Heavy Abyss have asked to meet you. They should be wanting to discuss this matter as well. A force of more than 200 fifth-floor experts. Even if these experts didn't become internal members of Zero Wing, simply having them based in Star Lake City would bolster Zero Wing's strength significantly. The current situation was a good example. Even though most of the fifth-floor experts currently in Zero Wing weren't internal members, in the eyes of the various powers, Zero Wing's threat level in the Crystal City of Secrets was no less than that of pseudo-Apex powers. Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, is it? Sherfong, who was fiddling with the golden heart in his office, chuckled when he heard Hidden Soul's report. So they've finally started to grow restless. Very well. Have them come to my office. It just so happens I also want to meet them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3562. Chapter 636. Primordial Chaos Body. Chapter 3562. Chapter 636. Primordial Chaos Body. Chapter 636. Primordial Chaos Body. Zero Wing's residence. Guild Hall. Top floor. Under Hidden Soul's lead, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss arrived in front of the guild leader's office. At this time, though, both of them wore solemn expressions, the calmness they previously wore in the lobby nowhere to be seen. The guild hall's top floor had always been off-limits to non-internal members of the guild. Adding on the fact all of the guild hall's primary functions could be accessed from the first floor, outer members of Zero Wing had never really cared whether they could access the guild hall's top floor. Not to mention, every guild had its own secrets, so it was understandable for Zero Wing to have some secrets that it might not want non-internal members to know on the top floor. However, after arriving at the guild hall's top floor, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss found that compared to the lower floors, this place was akin to a completely different world. Indeed, the top floor of Zero Wing's guild hall could only be described as a whole other world. After all, even though the Crystal City of Secrets had yet to see any players successfully getting promoted to Tier 6, they had seen at least a dozen Tier 6 players present on the top floor of Zero Wing's guild hall. Moreover, each of these Tier 6 players were akin to bona fide gods, and simply standing in the presence of these players' residual mana caused the two of them to suffocate. It should be known that the two of them were among the strongest experts operating in the Crystal City. Even though they were still at Tier 5, they were more than strong enough to fight Tier 6 players of the same level. Yet, every one of the Tier 6 experts loitering in the top floor's hallway instilled a sense of danger in them. When players reached the 5th floor standard, also known as the extrasensory realm, their sixth sense would become incredibly accurate. If their senses told them a player posed a threat to their lives, it meant that they would have trouble even escaping from said player, let alone match or defeat the other party in a fight. With such a frightening force at Zero Wing's disposal, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if all of the Crystal City's powers banded together, they still probably wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. Yet, despite Zero Wing having such a force, none of Zero Wing's outer members were privy to this information. At this time, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were already close to losing their confidence in negotiating better conditions for themselves. Meanwhile, after opening the doors to the guild leader's office, Hidden Soul said to Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, "Head on in. The guild leader is waiting inside." Although Hidden Soul did not personally involve herself in the guild's basic operations, she had still heard of Zero Wing's three overlords, particularly Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss. In terms of influence over Zero Wing's outer members, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had exceeded even Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing's guild leader's office. When Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss stepped into the room, a dense wave of eternal energy washed over them, invigorating their mind and body. Immediately afterward, they couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Currently, inside the spacious office, a young man could be seen sitting behind the sole desk in the room, holding a pulsating golden heart in his hand. Despite being a Tier 5 player, the young man exuded an aura comparable to the Tier 6 experts in the hallway. Meanwhile, the golden heart the young man held released a dense cloud of eternal energy into its surroundings every time it pulsated. What dense eternal energy? Heavy Abyss mentally exclaimed when she felt the eternal energy surrounding her. If I try to construct an epic divine body in such an environment, I can probably raise my success rate by a minimum of 30%. That's a primordial chaos body. Unlike Heavy Abyss, Fervent Samsara's attention was focused on the pulsating golden heart in Shifeng's hand. His reaction toward the heart was so intense that even his voice trembled when he spoke. How is this possible? A primordial chaos body. Shifeng was a little taken aback by the words from Fervent Samsara's mouth. Do you recognize this thing? The reason Shifeng was openly researching the golden heart in his office was to intimidate Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss. Currently, Zero Wing was in urgent need of capable experts to accelerate its development. It was especially so now that Billowing Water had used her city-building order as collateral. If Zero Wing could establish a guild city on the western continent, the guild would need many fifth-floor experts to help defend its city. Meanwhile, during Shifeng's previous life, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were incredibly strong and famous individuals. If he could get them to become Zero Wing's internal members and move into Star Lake City, many fifth-floor experts would also move with them. At that time, Zero Wing would no longer have to worry about lacking experts to use. However, Shifeng didn't expect someone to recognize the golden heart he had taken out for display. Shifeng wasn't ignorant of the primordial chaos body. It was a kind of godly relic that came into existence along with the greater god's domain. According to rumors, primordial chaos bodies possessed unimaginable strength, and primordial gods had relied on them to construct their divine bodies. However, such godly relics had thoroughly disappeared from the greater god's domain during the mythical era. If any primordial chaos bodies still existed in the modern era, they could most likely be found in the ruins of primordial gods. This was why the various powers were fanatics when it came to exploring primordial god ruins. They were so desperate that they wouldn't let even clues pertaining to ancient god ruins slip past them. I was fortunate enough to see a primordial chaos body once in an ancient god's legacy, Fervent Samsara said, taking on a respectful tone when he spoke to Shifeng. The one I saw was a golden brain. Similar to the golden heart in your hand, the brain felt like a living object, and it naturally diffused liquid-like eternal energy into its surroundings. The ancient god in question used the primordial chaos body to create a divine body suitable for himself. As for the ancient god's name, many people have heard of it. In modern times, he is known as the god of four elements. No wonder. Realization dawned on Shifeng when he heard Fervent Samsara's explanation. The god of four elements might be vastly inferior to the goddess of space, but the four gods' secret art he developed was publicly acknowledged as a secret art capable of rivaling gold combat techniques, and players could use it to transcend tiers. Moreover, the god of four elements was rumored to be an ancient god capable of rivaling primordial gods in strength. I have a presumptuous request. Guild Leader Black Flame. All of a sudden, fervent Samsara looked at Shurfeng with a serious gaze and solemnly said, "Can you let me experience the primordial chaos body once? I am willing to accept any conditions." "Are you crazy, Samsara?" Heavy Abyss couldn't help but look at fervent Samsara in astonishment. She didn't think the other party would dare make such a bold request. The primordial chaos body was so well known that even a solo player like herself had heard about it. She also knew how precious it was. Hence, should any power get its hands on a primordial chaos body, apart from its core executives, there was no way it would let other players use it. Not to mention, according to rumors, it cost a mind-boggling 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal to use the primordial chaos body each time. This was a sum that could cause any conglomerate to wince in pain. Meanwhile, fervent Samsara was only an outer member of the guild. Moreover, did he not see the Tier 6 experts in the hallway outside? Even among Tier 6 players, the individuals in the hallway were far above the average. Sure, I can agree to your request. Moreover, I can extend this offer to not just Samsara, but you as well, Abyss, Shurfeng said, a smile suddenly forming on his face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3563, Chapter 637, Zero Wings Condition. Chapter 3563, Chapter 637. Zero Wings Condition. Chapter 637. Zero Wings Condition. As soon as Shurfeng finished speaking, silence befell the room. Even fervent Samsara, the person who had made the request to Shurfeng, was evidently surprised by Shurfeng's response. "Me too?" Although Heavy Abyss's face was hidden behind her helmet, her astonishment was apparent. "Of course," Shurfeng said, smiling. It was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise that fervent Samsara could recognize the Golden Heart as a primordial chaos body. As a thank you to fervent Samsara, Shurfeng didn't mind letting the other party experience the primordial chaos body's effects once. Not to mention, Shurfeng didn't really have a choice. The primordial chaos body's value was comparable to a book of eternity. In fact, it was even more valuable in certain aspects. With Zero Wing's current strength, it would be a disaster for the guild if news of the primordial chaos body got out. "Please state whatever conditions you have, Guild Leader Black Flame. I'll do my best to fulfill them all." Fervent Samsara said, without hesitation. Heavy Abyss also looked at Shurfeng with curiosity. She would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in the primordial chaos body. After all, it was one of the few items that could let players reach the realm of primordial gods in the greater gods domain. Moreover, unlike players who relied on divine artifacts, the strength they gained via the primordial chaos body would belong entirely to themselves. "My conditions are simple," Shurfeng said, chuckling. "In addition to becoming Zero Wing's internal members, you only need to use 1 billion GCPs, or 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, to exchange it. 1 billion GCPs, or 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal." Fervent Samsara nearly choked when he heard Shurfeng's condition. Of course, he wasn't surprised at the condition of needing to become an internal member. After all, no sane power would give away such a precious opportunity to an outsider. In fact, simply becoming an internal member could already be considered a lax condition. The only problem was the payment of 1 billion guild contribution points, or 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. He could afford neither of these two payment methods. It was especially so for the 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even conglomerates would have difficulty taking out such a large sum on short notice, let alone an individual player like himself. Shifeng's condition similarly stumped Heavy Abyss. Even though there was an opportunity to experience a primordial chaos body's effect placed right before her, she lacked the money and resources to secure it. Of course, I am aware neither of you can afford to make such a large payment right away, Shifeng added when he noticed the awkward looks on Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss. I can loan the two of you the necessary resources once you become internal members of Zero Wing. That way, you two can get promoted to Tier 6 quickly and avoid missing out on the Eternal Realm's many opportunities. I appreciate your understanding, Guild Leader, Fervent Samsara said, growing ecstatic when he heard Shifeng's words. Can we experience the primordial chaos body immediately after signing our contract at the Guild's headquarters? Guild Leader? Heavy Abyss asked for further confirmation. Honestly, she found it hard to believe Shifeng would offer them such loose conditions. If they were dealing with any other power, she wouldn't even be surprised if she was required to sell herself to secure this priceless opportunity. Yes, once you arrive at Zero Wing's headquarters in the real world and sign your contract, you can log in and come to me straight away, Shifeng said, nodding. The cost to use the primordial chaos body might be outside the means of most other powers, but it was still bearable for the current Zero Wing. After all, the Guild had just acquired 50 million units of 7 luminaries crystal from the Nameless City's treasury not long ago. Moreover, once Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss became Tier 6 players, Zero Wing's overall strength would increase drastically. After all, in terms of combat standards, the two of them were far above Azure Shadow and the others. Even in the Crystal City of Secrets, they could be considered top-ranking experts. Meanwhile, after receiving Shifeng's assurance, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss promptly agreed to Shifeng's conditions. Then, after contacting their subordinates, they logged out of the game and hurried over to Star Lake City right away, not wanting to waste even a single second. Shifeng wasn't surprised to see the two's behavior. If he wasn't worried he might waste a costly opportunity, he would have probably spent 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal right away to experience the rumored primordial chaos body. But now that he had obtained a medium world fragment, he naturally had to make proper use of it first. After Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss left, Shifeng called out to Hidden Soul, who had been standing guard outside the room, and said, "Have the Guild's Grandmaster Magicians construct a mana-gathering array and a large-scale Grandmaster Magic Barrier in the Guild Hall's underground secret room. The sooner, the better." A medium world fragment was extraordinary. If he tried to use it without sufficient precautions, it would most likely cause a huge commotion outside. Normally, players would only use a medium world fragment inside a great Grandmaster Magic Barrier to ensure absolute secrecy. However, as he didn't have any great Grandmaster Magic Barriers on hand, he could only make do with a large Grandmaster Magic Barrier. "Okay, I'll get it done right away," Hidden Soul said, nodding. Meanwhile, after Shifeng was done making arrangements, he logged out of the game as well to rest. The fight with the Gorgon Queen had greatly affected him mentally. Even though he had rested offline for some time already, he still hadn't made a full recovery. He was still in need of 1 or 2 days of rest. Star Lake City Zero Wing Training Center. Although Star Lake City had only been promoted to a second-tier mobile city not long ago, its population had already increased by several million, whether it was powers based in the neighboring towns or nearby third-tier mobile cities. All of them had sent many of their talents to Star Lake City. More specifically, they had sent their talents to join Zero Wing. This, in turn, caused the Zero Wing Training Center to become incredibly popular. Even at night, the line outside the building stretched across several streets. Have Silk Radish and Jade River come to my office. Angel. Have the guild's recently contracted Grandmaster Forgers and engineers come as well. Sure Foam said while drinking a bottle of life potion. Though, when he saw the tired look on Pace Angel's face, he couldn't help but feel a little apologetic toward the other party. In terms of management capabilities, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul were undoubtedly more skilled than Pace Angel. However, as they were currently busy with matters in the Eternal Realm, they couldn't afford to take care of the Zero Wing Training Center's matters. And as Fire Dance still wasn't familiar with Zero Wing's internal affairs, Pace Angel ultimately had to manage the entire training center by herself. Okay, I'll contact them right away, Pace Angel said, nodding. Then, she started contacting the forging and engineering departments. Meanwhile, after Sherfoam disconnected the call, he took a seat behind his desk and, through his quantum watch, pulled up an ancient design dropped by the Gorgon Queen. The Silverwing flying ship design. Items such as the Medium World Fragment and Primordial Chaos Body might let Zero Wing produce top-tier experts. But the Silverwing flying ship design was an item that could enable Zero Wing to compete against the Holy Race for hegemony over the Eternal Realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3564, Chapter 638, Meeting of Talents. Chapter 3564, Chapter 638, Meeting of Talents. Chapter 638, Meeting of Talents, Zero Wing Training Center, Guild Leader's Office. 24 young men and women were gathered in the office that was half the size of a basketball court. The oldest among these individuals was just nearing 25, while the youngest was just nearing 16. Apart from their youthfulness, these youths had another thing in common. They were all incredibly talented lifestyle players. Placed in any upper-ranking hegemonic power, these youths would be put on a pedestal and receive full support in their development. Many powerful experts would also be willing to pay a high price to acquire customized tools and equipment from these youths. At this time, though, these youths all wore anxious expressions as they stood in the spacious office. It was true that they were top talents of their respective corporations or families. It was also true that should they join an upper-ranking hegemonic power, they would receive priority nurturing. However, their value as individuals remained insignificant when compared to the young man seated before them. Zero Wing's guild leader, Sure Foam. He was a legendary figure in the region of the continent they currently resided in. He had played a key role in elevating Star Lake City from a third-tier mobile city into a second-tier mobile city and made Zero Wing a highly sought-after partner for the various upper-ranking powers. In the future, he might even be able to help Zero Wing move into a first-tier mobile city. Do you think we can be selected, Big Brother? A 16-year-old girl anxiously asked the tall and robust young man beside her. We only managed to come in 4th and 5th in forging success rates this time. I also heard that Jade River is receiving personal guidance from Guild Leader Sherfoam. Now that she has been promoted into a Grandmaster Forger, if the Guild Leader is only looking for 4 forgers, will most likely get disqualified. The current Zero Wing was extraordinarily popular in the area. Many corporations and powerful families had sent their combat talents to Zero Wing, but because Zero Wing could only afford to recruit a limited number of players, competition for these limited slots was incredibly intense. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing was recruiting even fewer lifestyle players, competition among lifestyle players was even more intense. If the chances of a combat player getting selected were 1 in 1,000, the chances of a lifestyle player getting selected were 1 in 10,000. Moreover, even after making it into Zero Wing, one still couldn't relax. After all, more and more talents were bound to join Zero Wing in the future. Once Zero Wing filled up the residential slots it had in Star Lake City, it would have to start sending some of its members to third-tier cities to make room for more talented individuals. At this point, The only way Zero Wing members could guarantee themselves a place in Star Lake City was if they became an internal core member of the guild. Now that Shifeng had suddenly gathered them here, it was their best opportunity to prove their worth. If they could get selected for whatever task Shifeng had for them, it would make becoming a core member much easier for them in the future. Don't worry. While our success rates aren't high, seeing as guild leader Shifeng has gathered so many of us here, I'm sure we will be given a fair test. If we're lucky, it is still possible for us to be chosen. The tall young man going by the name of Huorong replied, anxiously. In the family they came from, he and his little sister were considered the most talented forgers in their family's history, and they took pride in that fact. However, when they applied to join Zero Wing, they quickly understood that they weren't anything special. When they applied to join Zero Wing, over 1 million other forging geniuses had also done so. Among them, quite a few were already Grandmaster forgers despite being under 20 years of age. It was only through sheer luck that they managed to stand out from the competition and get recruited. Had they formed even a little worse during the recruitment test, it wouldn't have been strange for them to get disqualified. At this time, the other lifestyle geniuses in the room similarly felt anxious. It was especially so for Silk Radish and Jade River, whom Shifeng had specifically summoned. Unlike the other lifestyle grandmasters present, they didn't get into Zero Wing by surviving an intense competition. Instead, they had gotten in because of their connection with Aqua Rose. They had also only become lifestyle grandmasters recently because of all the resources Zero Wing had poured into them. So, if Shifeng wanted them to compete against the other lifestyle grandmasters present, they highly doubted they could achieve a pleasant result. No need to be nervous, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious faces before him. I might have called you here for a project, but I don't need you to complete it if you can't. I just want to see how much you can accomplish. The Silverwing flying ship was a highly complicated work requiring multiple classes to complete. It possessed enough firepower to outgun even a Tier 6 player, and the difficulty of its construction easily exceeded even that of legendary equipment. The requirement for magicians was especially high, as even Grandmaster magicians would find it challenging to construct the required magic arrays. Not to mention, a secret silver flying ship simply wasn't something a few dozen players could complete within a reasonable amount of time. At the very least, several hundred players would be needed for the task. It simply wasn't something Zero Wing could attempt at manufacturing at present. As for why he had summoned Zero Wing's internal lifestyle members, it was to see how much of the Silverwing flying ship's crucial components they could complete. That way, he could prepare the necessary resources for these young geniuses to tackle the parts they couldn't manufacture. Meanwhile, everyone sighed in relief when they heard Shifeng's explanation. Then, they couldn't help but start to wonder what kind of project Shifeng had for them, to only expect them to be able to complete a certain portion. Come over and take a look. Afterward, tell me how much you can complete, Shifeng said, as he pointed at the component designs on his desk. However, these designs were limited to the Silverwing flying ship's core components. The Silverwing flying ship design consisted of several hundred components, of which 30-something were core. These core components were also the most challenging to overcome. Meanwhile, by sharing only the core components, he could conceal the Silverwing flying ship to a large extent, as it would be impossible to tell that these core components were for a flying ship just by looking at them. Following Shifeng's instructions, everyone gathered around the desk and analyzed the various designs on display. Everyone did their analysis carefully, afraid they might miss minor details that could cause problems with the final product. After 8 hours, the 24 lifestyle grandmasters finished their analysis. Then, with the help of the office's God's Domain simulation cabins, they quickly performed a rudimentary simulation. Once everyone finished their respective simulations, Shifeng said, Well then, what are your completion rates? I can complete 50% of the forging designs. I can complete 60% of the engineering designs. I can complete 65% of the forging designs. Hearing everyone's report, Sherfong couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Nobody reported a completion rate lower than 50%, and everyone's problems were concentrated on the power source's magic arrays. In that case, he would only need to collect materials for the power source and have everyone practice constructing it repeatedly. At this time, a tall young man suddenly stepped forward from the group. Then, while scratching his head, he anxiously said, I can complete the forging designs at a 20% success rate. 20%. When Sherfong first heard the percentage the tall young man reported, his first reaction was to ask why the young man could only complete so little of the forging designs. However, before he could voice his doubts, his attention was quickly drawn to two of the young man's words. Success rate. Completion rate and success rates were two entirely different concepts. If a lifestyle player reported that they only had a completion rate for a project, it meant that they could only manufacture a certain portion of the project. As for the remaining portion, they wouldn't be able to manufacture it no matter what. On the other hand, if a lifestyle player reported a success rate for a project, it meant that they could manufacture the entire project. Even if the success rate was only 20%, it was still infinitely better than nothing. What is your name? Sherfong couldn't help but ask as he looked at the tall youth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3565. Chapter 639, Pseudo-Divine Artifact Forger. Chapter 3565. Chapter 639, Pseudo-Divine Artifact Forger. Chapter 639, Pseudo-Divine Artifact Forger. A 20% success rate. Is that guy bluffing? I doubt even great Grandmaster Forgers can get a 40% success rate. He's only an advanced Grandmaster, and his forging success rate even ranked fourth among us previously, yet he's now claiming he can achieve a 20% success rate. He's probably trying to catch the guild leader's attention. Following the tall young man's answer, many of the other young geniuses in the room couldn't help but start a hushed discussion among themselves. Although nobody present knew that the designs Sherfong shared were for a secret silver flying ship's core components, as lifestyle grandmasters, they could still identify the complexity of these designs. Meanwhile, their knowledge told them that some of these designs were already beyond the means of lifestyle grandmasters to manufacture. So, when everyone heard the tall youth saying he could manufacture all of the forging designs, their immediate reaction was to doubt his claims. Of course, everyone could also understand why the young man would lie about his capabilities. The current Zero Wing was akin to the midday sun in Star Lake City. It was the power with the most residential slots for Star Lake City. As a result, many geniuses and paragons from the hundreds of nearby third-tier mobile cities and thousands of towns sought to join Zero Wing. Furthermore, the benefits Zero Wing offered to its core members were tempting even to the various corporations and powerful families. So long as one could become a core member of Zero Wing, one could spend guild contribution points to exchange for precious resources, such as Stardew. It was even possible to exchange for the right to enter the Eternal Realm. The Eternal Realm was a realm that countless players sought to enter in the current Greater God's domain. The opportunities available in the Eternal Realm were beyond any other realm. There had even been rumors of ordinary lifestyle players becoming VIPs in conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers after learning a unique recipe or design in the Eternal Realm. Unfortunately, as there still wasn't a way for players to reach the Eternal Realm from the outside, lifestyle players outside the Eternal Realm could only look on in envy. So, now that Zero Wing was offering its members an opportunity to enter the Eternal Realm, how could they not be excited? Of course, They had only learned about these core member benefits after becoming internal members of Zero Wing and signing a God's Domain contract and a guild contract. This was also why they had worked so enthusiastically after joining Zero Wing. It was all so they could become core members as soon as possible. Huorong, the tall young man, answered anxiously. He could naturally hear the hushed discussions behind him, and he couldn't help but grow worried Shifeng might come to the same conclusion as his peers. It was especially so after he had heard all of his peers reporting completion rates of about 50 to 60% only. Honestly, at this point, even he couldn't help but start to doubt his simulation results. However, it was a fact that he had ended up with a 20% success rate after conducting numerous simple simulations via the God's Domain simulation cabin. Hence, this result should be absolutely correct. After all, the God's Domain simulation cabin could perfectly simulate various matters from God's Domain. Even though the simulation cabin was incapable of replicating lifestyle procedures as well as it could combat, which could usually achieve over 90% uniformity, its simple simulations still shouldn't be too far off from the real deal. At the very least, instances where one could successfully manufacture an item via the simulation cabin but couldn't in God's Domain shouldn't exist. Huorong, melting flame? Shifeng's curiosity was piqued when he heard the young man's name. Do your forging success rates fluctuate significantly? For example, do you experience situations where you get only half the average success rate when you're unlucky and 10 or 20% higher than the average when you're lucky? MHM. Huorong nodded in surprise. He didn't think Shifeng would know of his forging circumstances. When I'm lucky, I can achieve success rates 10 or 20% higher than others. But if I'm unlucky, I'd be fortunate if I can even achieve a 10% success rate. Honestly, Huorong felt very distressed about his own unique situation. If he could stabilize his erratic forging success rates, he could have long joined a conglomerate with his younger sister and become internal members there. Okay, I understand. Shifeng nodded and smiled. Since it's the simulation cabin's result, it should be correct. In that case, may I know if you are interested in becoming a core member of Zero Wing? A core member of Zero Wing? Me? Huorong was stunned. Originally, he had been worried Shifeng would refuse to believe in his result and have him manufacture the items in God's Domain. After all, he had only managed a 20% success rate in the simple simulations. In God's Domain, having a 20% success rate didn't necessarily mean players could absolutely succeed in manufacturing an item every 1 out of 5 tries. Instead, the numbers were much more down to earth, and players would be fortunate to even succeed once or twice out of 30 tries. Meanwhile, the designs Shifeng shared required materials so precious that even the various major powers would have difficulty obtaining them. At best, they could only take out a few sets on short notice, which should also be true for Zero Wing. In that case, even if Huorong could perfectly transfer his simulation success rate to God's Domain, his chances of manufacturing the items were slim. At that time, not only would he make a fool of himself, but he would also be at risk of getting kicked out of Zero Wing. That's right. Shifeng nodded. And it's not just you. Anyone who has achieved a 70% completion rate can also become a core member of Zero Wing. Huorong's name was known by all in Shifeng's previous life. One could even say that his name was recorded in the annals of the greater God's Domain's history. Only, by the time Huorong had risen to fame, he was already much older than he was now. Moreover, at the time, Huorong didn't belong to any of the various major powers. Instead, he was only a member of an ordinary hegemonic power. Meanwhile, Huorong's fame wasn't because he was unbelievably talented. Even at his peak, he had only managed to develop his forging skills to the basic Great Grandmaster standard. Craftsmen like Silent Wonder and Silk Radish would leave him in the dust if compared only in ranks. Instead, The reason for Huo Rong's fame was his ability to produce items sought after by even the various apex powers. Or, more specifically, he had manufactured items that were outside the abilities of even craftsman forgers. Pseudo-divine artifacts. Or, more specifically, replicas of bona fide divine artifacts. Moreover, the precision of these replicas was so high that they could reach the fragmented divine artifact rank. Compared to replicas that could only achieve ranks such as legendary and fragmented legendary, Huo Rong's divine artifact replicas were in a completely different realm. Hence, when the greater god's domain's various powers learned that a pseudo-divine artifact had come from the hands of a great grandmaster forger, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all, even craftsman forgers could only manufacture legendary weapons and equipment at a very low success rate, let alone pseudo-divine artifacts. Yet, Huo Rong had accomplished this miraculous feat, not just once, but 3 times, silencing everyone who thought he had only gotten lucky. As for the reason Huo Rong could produce pseudo-divine artifacts, it was because he possessed a divine craftsman talent that nobody else had. Even Huo Rong himself had only discovered this talent after getting promoted into a great grandmaster forger. Meanwhile, the talent's effects were simple. It granted Huo Rong a minimum success rate of 10 to 20% when he was manufacturing weapons and equipment above the epic rank, and reduced his success rate by 10% when he was manufacturing weapons and equipment at the epic rank or below. If he was manufacturing items that weren't weapons or equipment, his success rate would increase or decrease depending on the rank of the materials used. The existence of this talent was why Huo Rong had been ignored for a long time. Grandmaster forgers were very common for the greater god's domain's various powers. Meanwhile, these grandmaster forgers would be tasked with producing epic weapons and equipment most of the time, and very rarely would they have an opportunity to manufacture weapons and equipment above the epic rank. Even if such a project fell into the hands of grandmaster forgers, those selected would usually be advanced grandmaster forgers with a good track record. For someone like Huo Rong, who couldn't even produce epic weapons and equipment at a decent success rate, there was no way he would be given an opportunity to produce items above the epic rank. My little sister, Huoling, is also as talented as I am in forging, guild leader. Although she didn't achieve a 70% completion rate, she is only 1 step short of becoming a great grandmaster magician. If she can become a great grandmaster magician, I believe she can fully complete the forging designs as well, Huo Rong said as he pointed at a 16-year-old girl standing nearby. Only 1 step short of becoming a great grandmaster magician, Shifeng's eyes brightened as he turned to look at the girl Huo Rong was pointing at. Then he eagerly asked, "Is that true?" TL notes, 1 Huo Rong and Huoling. Just a heads up, Huo Rong will be melting flame in the game. Huoling will be flaming bell in the game. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3566, Chapter 640, Eternal Magic Armor's Trial Production. Chapter 3566, Chapter 640, Eternal Magic Armor's Trial Production. Chapter 640, Eternal Magic Armor's Trial Production. If you don't believe me, I can have my sister draw a magic array to prove herself right now. Guild leader. Huo Rong couldn't help but panic a little when he heard Shifeng's sudden question, and he hurried to offer an explanation. Everyone else present was similarly surprised by Shifeng's reaction, and they couldn't help but wonder why Shifeng would express such great interest in a girl who was still 1 step short of becoming a great grandmaster magician. After all, he didn't even react in such a way when hearing about Huo Rong's ability to fully manufacture the forging designs he provided. There was a vast difference between half-step great grandmaster magicians and true great grandmaster magicians. Over 99% of advanced grandmaster magicians in the greater God's domain could never be able to take the final step. Hence, while great Grandmaster magicians were incredibly rare in God's domain, advanced Grandmaster magicians who were one step short of becoming great Grandmasters were not. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that such advanced Grandmaster magicians were a dime a dozen. Take the current Zero Wing, for example. So long as Zero Wing gave the word, many such advanced Grandmaster magicians would be ready at its service. No need. I believe you. Also, very few people can become an advanced Grandmaster magician at such a young age, so she is indeed qualified to become a core member of Zero Wing, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he swept his gaze across the other youths in the room and asked, "Is anyone else here an advanced Grandmaster magician?" Following Shi Feng's question, the other youths in the room turned to look at each other, but none of them raised their hands. That's a shame. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the silent crowd. Half-step great Grandmaster magicians were indeed common in the greater God's domain, but half-step great Grandmaster magicians who were also advanced Grandmaster forgers were not. Such talent remained precious to the various powers, and it was especially so for the current Zero Wing. Since returning from the Nameless City, Shi Feng had desperately sought to materialize the Eternal Magic Armor equipment set. After all, the Eternal Magic Armor's forging process wasn't particularly complicated. Apart from needing sufficient knowledge of magic arrays to engrave the intricate Eternal Battle Array, the only other major challenge was procuring a large supply of Eternal God Crystals. So long as these two requirements were met, any Grandmaster Forger could produce the Eternal Magic Armor. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to produce the Eternal Magic Armor himself. But as the guild leader of Zero Wing, he had many things he needed to do, and he couldn't afford to spend too much time on manufacturing items. Ultimately, he would need other lifestyle players to manufacture the set. Only then could Zero Wing have a long-term supply of the Eternal Magic Armor. Meanwhile, although Shi Feng had not heard of Huo Ling's name in his previous life, the fact that she met the Eternal Magic Armor's manufacturing requirements would naturally catch his interest. Since there is no one else, apart from Huo Rong and Huo Ling, anyone who has achieved a completion rate of 70% or above can apply with Pace Angel to become a core member. Once you do so, Pace Angel will give you a set of coordinates in the greater God's domain. Head to the coordinates at the designated time, and someone will bring you to the Eternal Realm. After saying so, Shi Feng got out of his seat and left his office. Meanwhile, the youths remaining in the office immediately exploded into an uproar. Crap, it was actually true. The Eternal Realm. I can't believe we get to go to the Eternal Realm. Damn it, I only managed to get a 65% completion rate this time. If only it was higher. Although they had long heard that core members could travel to the Eternal Realm, it wasn't until Shi Feng said it himself that they truly understood that the opportunity was real and that it wasn't just a slogan to motivate guild members. This situation caused those who failed to meet Shi Feng's requirements to feel envious and disappointed. "This is great, Radish. We are going to the Eternal Realm," Jade River said excitedly to the person beside her. Silk Radish nodded in response, though she still couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming. Originally, with the appearance of a monster such as Huorong, Silk Radish felt their chances of becoming a core member of Zero Wing would fall to zero. However, she didn't expect those who achieved a 70% completion rate would get to become core members as well. Meanwhile, as luck would have it, both she and Jade River achieved a 70% completion rate in their simulations, securing them a spot among Zero Wing's core members and an opportunity to enter the Eternal Realm. Nowadays, there was nobody who didn't know about the greater God's domain's Eternal Realm. Everyone knew the Eternal Realm was a place of countless opportunities, and the growth players could achieve there was far superior to other realms. The speed at which players could earn money was also many times faster. Take the current market value of eternal coins. For example, just one eternal gold coin was enough for a person to live extravagantly in Star Lake City. One could even stay in the God's Domain Association's high-end living quarters for a month. Ever since they moved into Star Lake City, their daily expenditure had increased significantly. It was especially so after Star Lake City became a second-tier city. But if they could develop in the eternal realm, not only could they earn enough money to cover their own living expenses, but they might also make enough to bring their families into Star Lake City. About a day later, a group of youths wearing Zero Wings Guild emblem appeared inside Zero Wings' residence in the Crystal City of Secrets. These youths looked astonished and curious as they took in their surroundings, their behavior making it seem as if this was their first time seeing the eternal realm. However, the appearance of these youths did not garner any attention from the players inside the residence. Ever since Zero Wings' residence got promoted into an advanced residence, many players have sought to join Zero Wing. In just one day, Zero Wing had gained an additional several tens of thousands of experts. Even the guild's fifth-floor experts had increased by more than 200. By now, Zero Wing had already become a first-class power in the Crystal City of Secrets. Meanwhile, after joining Zero Wing, these experts promptly got busy earning guild contribution points. So, even if someone noticed these youths were new faces, nobody could be bothered to spare them a second glance. The guild has already prepared all the designs and materials you need in your designated special forging rooms and special engineering rooms. The rest is up to you now, Shifeng said, smiling at the youths before him. For every component you successfully produce, the guild will reward you with 5,000 GCPs and 10 eternal gold coins. The gathered youths immediately gasped when they heard Shifeng's words. The youths who were more knowledgeable about the eternal realm were especially astonished by Shifeng's generosity. In the current eternal realm, a titled expert would be considered wealthy if they had one eternal gold in their possession. As for fifth-floor experts, most of them would only have several eternal gold in savings. Yet, Zero Wing was now offering each of them 10 eternal gold for every component they produced. If they managed to produce several components, they could instantly become wealthy players in the eternal realm, and their expenses in Star Lake City would no longer be a concern. All right, head off to your respective workshops. As for you, Flaming Bell, come with me, Shifeng said before taking Flaming Bell, also known as Hualing, to one of the guild hall's underground secret rooms. Zero Wings Guild Hall had become much bigger after being upgraded into an advanced guild hall. However, the place with the densest mana and eternal energy remained the rooms surrounding the core secret room, which housed the guild's core magic array. To take full advantage of this situation, Shifeng turned two of these rooms into a special forging room and a special private room, and the environment found inside these rooms was far superior to the average special ranked room. When Flaming Bell stepped inside the special forging room, she was immediately stunned by the room's environment. Whether it was the room's mana or eternal energy, both were at least twice as dense as what could be found outside. Simply standing inside the special forging room made her feel as if she had ascended to a higher plane of existence. While Flaming Bell was immersed in the feeling of omniscience, Shifeng took out a thick and heavy tome from his bag. Meanwhile, the tome was none other than the eternal magic armor equipment set design he had acquired from the Holy Race. Take a look at this and see what kind of success rates you can achieve, Shifeng said in a serious tone as he pointed at the tome on the forging table. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3567, Chapter 641, Skylight Association. Chapter 3567, Chapter 641, Skylight Association. Chapter 641, Skylight Association. This is a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. Flaming Bell was greatly shocked when she started studying the Eternal Magic Armor's design. Although young, her knowledge of God's domain was comparable to that of executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Originally, she thought that with Zero Wing being a new guild, its foundation should be inferior to the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, and the guild would be amazing if it even owned an epic equipment set design. After all, mainstream players in the current Greater Gods domain were only geared in a full suit of epic weapons and equipment, and only the elite members of the various powers would get to use epic equipment sets. As for fragmented legendary items, these were items reserved for only a small number of elites. There might be many titled experts in the Eternal Realm, but there still weren't many players with fragmented legendary items. Most titled experts could only dream of owning a fragmented legendary equipment set, let alone fragmented legendary equipment sets that came with battle arrays. Honestly, in the current Greater Gods domain, if any upper-ranking hegemonic power could get its hands on 20 fragmented legendary equipment sets that could be used to form a small bronze battle array, they would immediately regard these equipment sets as one of their most prized possessions. What do you think? How likely are you to succeed in producing it? Shifeng asked when he saw that Flaming Bell had finished studying the design. Shifeng dared not act recklessly with the Eternal Magic Armor's production. After all, each production attempt cost 6 Eternal God Crystals. Even if he had over 10,000 Eternal God Crystals right now, he still couldn't afford to mess around. If Flaming Bell's production success rate was too low, he would rather delay the set's production. 50%. Flaming Bell answered tentatively after giving the matter some thought. That is my current limit. But if I can work in this environment, I am confident I can become a great Grandmaster Forger in 3 months. My success rate should reach 90% or more at that time. Whether it was the opportunity to produce the Eternal Magic Armor or the opportunity to work in this special forging room, she did not wish to give up any of them. However, she dared not lie, either, so she could only pray that Shifeng gave her a little bit more time. You can raise it to 90% in 3 months. Shifeng couldn't help but look at Flaming Bell in surprise. He didn't think the girl would be so talented, so much so that she would dare to promise she could get promoted into a great Grandmaster Forger in 3 months. It should be known that great Grandmaster Forgers were regarded as big shots, even in the Greater Gods domain. Although their status was not as lofty as that of great Grandmaster Magicians, many upper-ranking hegemonic powers still sought to work with them. Not to mention, Flaming Bell's current production success rate had also exceeded his initial expectations by 10%. Okay, I'll leave the Eternal Magic Armor's production to you. All of the materials have already been prepared. For every set you successfully produce, you will receive 1,000 GCPs and 2 Eternal Gold coins. If you can complete 500 sets in 15 days, you will receive an additional 50,000 GCPs and 100 Eternal Gold coins. Thank you, Guild Leader. Flaming Bell grew ecstatic when she heard Shifeng's words. I won't let you down. I'll also make sure to produce 500 sets in 15 days. I won't take any payment if I fail to do it. Just make sure you study the design properly. It won't be easy to make 500 sets in 15 days, Shifeng said, chuckling. In reality, he had only set the goal of making 500 sets in 15 days as a way to motivate Flaming Bell. He didn't really expect her to achieve it. After all, even he could only barely accomplish such a task. Seeing as Flaming Bell wasn't even a great Grandmaster Magician yet, she would definitely need more time to engrave the equipment set's magic array. Of course, if Flaming Bell could achieve the goal, it would greatly help Zero Wing. After all, 500 Eternal Magic Armor equipment sets were already enough to fully activate the Eternal Battle Array, letting 500 Tier 5 players to rival Tier 6 players. At that time, Zero Wing should no longer have any problems defending its city on the western continent. Shortly after Shifeng concluded his conversation with Flaming Bell, he suddenly received a call. Big Sis Qilin brought a group of people to the residence. Guild leader. She says those people are from a guild called Skylight Association, and that they wish to discuss something important with you. Gentle Snow said, "Do you want to meet them?" Qilin brought someone here. Nodding, Shifeng said, "All right, take them to the lounge." Qilin was a vice commander of Scarecrow Fox. Meanwhile, Scarecrow Fox had been working closely with Zero Wing in the underground Crystal Palace during this period. Out of respect for their partnership, it would only be reasonable for him to meet with Qilin's guests. Moreover, Shifeng was relatively knowledgeable about the Skylight Association. It was a very famous yet mysterious power in the Eternal Realm during his previous life. Its rise in the Eternal Realm was very sudden, and on the surface, it could even rival the 9 great pseudo-apex powers in strength. Its Templar Legion was especially famous. The Templar Legion consisted of 1,000 members. At its peak, every member was a Tier 6 titled expert or above. Every one of them also wielded a special power that allowed them to exhibit strength rivaling Tier 6 gods temporarily. When the Templar Legion moved as one, it was virtually unstoppable in the Eternal Realm. Overall, the Skylight Association could be considered one of the greater gods' domain's latest overlords after the Eternal Realm's appearance. Zero Wing's residence, VIP Lounge. When Shifeng arrived at the lounge, he saw Qilin and Riverlight quietly seated on a magic stone sofa. Presently, they have reached level 169 and level 168, respectively. Meanwhile, seated across them was a gray-haired old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Compared to Qilin and Riverlight, the old man was much higher in levels, reaching level 171 already. It was apparent that Qilin and Riverlight felt great pressure when facing the old man, as both had beads of sweat covering their foreheads. There were also about a dozen middle-aged men and women standing behind the old man. Not only were they all at level 170, but they were also experts who had climbed to the realm of saints. Placed in any upper-ranking hegemonic power, these individuals would definitely be given the position of elder. Yet, they now behaved like soldiers awaiting instructions as they stood behind the old man. Meanwhile, following Shifeng's appearance, these soldier-like middle-aged players simultaneously turned to look at him, their gazes sharp as knives. No wonder Miss Qilin has pushed Zero Wing so strongly to paradise. When the old man heard Shifeng entering the room, he opened his eyes and took a moment to scrutinize Shifeng. Then he sighed and said, "Young people nowadays are truly amazing. You're only in your 30s, yet not only have you mastered gold combat techniques already, but your current strength even rivals true Tier 6 players. You're even more terrifying than Paradise when he was young. You jest, Elder Sword. I am still far behind the Divine Spear." Shifeng said, immediately recognizing the gray-haired old man as 19th Sword, one of the greater gods' domain's current 10 great swordsmen. In addition, the old man was also one of the few solo experts who had managed to be awarded a position among the 10 great swordsmen. As for the Paradise mentioned by the old man, he was the holder of the title Divine Spear, and he currently ranked among the top 10 of the Divine Glory list. "May I know what you have come to discuss on behalf of the Skylight Association?" Elder Sword. "Something good," 19th Sword said, chuckling. Zero Wing's growth in the Eternal Realm is obvious to all, so the Skylight Association has sent me to invite Zero Wing to become a part of the Skylight Association. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3568, Chapter 642, Mythical Race. Chapter 3568, Chapter 642, Mythical Race Chapter 642, Mythical Race, become a part of the Skylight Association? Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to hear 19th Sword's words. Instead, he asked out of curiosity, "May I know what price the Skylight Association is willing to offer?" Many up-and-coming powers in the greater God's domain would receive invitations from the various major powers. Or more specifically, the various major powers saw potential in these up-and-coming powers and wished to make them into their subordinate powers. This was also one of the more common methods the Skylight Association had used to expand its influence in the eternal realm during his previous life. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's growth in the Crystal City of Secrets was clear for all to see. The Guild's current influence in the city was completely different from before. So, it was only natural for some powers to be interested in making Zero Wing their subordinate. Only what caught Shi Feng by surprise was 19th Sword's appearance. 19th Sword was known for being a lone wolf in the greater God's domain, going so far as to turn down invitations from apex powers. Yet, now, not only did 19th Sword enter the Eternal Realm, but he had even joined the Skylight Association. This was something that did not happen during Shi Feng's previous life. Capital injection will naturally be essential, 19th Sword calmly said. For starters, Skylight will invest 200 billion star coins and 1,000 drops of Stardew in Zero Wing. Then, it will progressively invest an additional 1 trillion star coins and 2,000 drops of Stardew to help Zero Wing expand rapidly in the Crystal City of Secrets. Of course, these are only the basic investments. The real benefit for experts, such as yourself, will be an opportunity to convert into a mythical race. The Skylight Association can offer Zero Wing 100 of such conversion slots. In return, the Skylight Association seeks only 51% of Zero Wing's shares. I doubt you will need me to tell you how valuable the mythical races are, right? When 19th Sword finished speaking, the eyes of Ink Qilin and River Light immediately brightened. It was especially so when they heard the words mythical races. The existence of mythical races was akin to legends. The various races in the current greater God's domain had only appeared after the mythical era. Or, more specifically, they were the descendants of the mythical era's races, and humans were no exception. Meanwhile, compared to the mythical era's races, even the elven and demi-dragon races, which were considered the most gifted among modern races, would be considered below average. For example, according to the Grand Library's records, the mythical era's elves were easily 10 times better at manipulating the various magic elements than modern elves due to the purity of their bloodline. They didn't even need to focus their minds to perceive the magic elements around them. Instead, they could see the various magic elements with their naked eyes. Another example would be the subdivisions of the human race, such as the Brave Ones and the Divine Eye race. Brave Ones possessed bodies that were nearly as tough as that of dragons, making them natural-born warriors. Meanwhile, members of the Divine Eye race possessed dynamic vision, several times superior to normal humans, making them natural-born hunters. If they could convert to any of these mythical races, they could definitely achieve a qualitative improvement. They might also match, or possibly even surpass, Golden Masters in combat standards. Are you perhaps talking about Holy Ring City's mythical races? Elder Sword? Shi Feng asked. The greater God's domain's mythical races had long gone extinct, so it shouldn't be possible for anyone to convert to a mythical race. Even if it could be done, these methods should involve legacies left behind by ancient gods or primordial gods. Meanwhile, out of all possible avenues Shi Feng could think of, the only way the Skylight Association could obtain 100 mythical race conversion slots currently would be through Holy Ring City, a neutral city situated in the Eternal Realm. It would also be one of the cities where all powers in the greater God's domain sought to occupy. However, only a small number of powers could truly ever move into Holy Ring City. This was because human players weren't the only ones who could enter Holy Ring City. Holy Race players could similarly do so, but as Holy Ring City could only accommodate a limited number of players, only the guilds that managed to secure one of the city's 16 guild residence slots could let a fixed number of their members enter the city freely. As for everyone else, they would need to obtain an entry slot via the World Arkansas. The World Ark was a super large, level 170 to level 200 world mode regional dungeon. It was situated incredibly far from any NPC city, and all players and powers could go there to compete for the opportunity to enter Holy Ring City. It wasn't something the Skylight Association could monopolize. It seems you are very well informed, Guild Leader Black Flame, 19th Sword said, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he confidently continued, "Indeed, I am referring to Holy Ring City's mythical races. Many pseudo-apex powers have already set their sights on Holy Ring City. Many Holy Race powers will also be participating in the competition. So, ordinary powers shouldn't even consider participating in the competition, let alone exchange for the right to convert to a mythical race. If Zero Wing wants any conversion slots, joining the Skylight Association will be essential. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's current strength, even stepping into the World Ark will not be possible. If that's all the Skylight Association has to offer, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Elder Sword," Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at 19th Sword's confident look. "Skylight's offer is a little too low for Zero Wing to accept." Low. When 19th Sword saw Shifeng's nonchalant expression, he smiled and asked, "Young man, do you know how intense the competition at the World Ark is? Not even the Crystal City's various pseudo-apex powers can guarantee they can secure 10 conversion slots, let alone 100. If you refuse this offer today, you will definitely come to regret your decision in the future." "Regret?" Chuckling, Shifeng said, "It's just 100 conversion slots. That's not enough for me to feel regretful." Holy Ring City's mythical race conversion slots were indeed precious, but they were insignificant compared to the resources he currently had on hand. Not to mention, his aim wasn't merely the mythical race conversion slots, but also Holy Ring City itself. Meanwhile, silence enveloped the lounge following Shifeng's statement. His words especially shocked Ink Cheelin and Riverlight. Madness. Absolute madness. By now, they had already more or less heard about the situation at the World Arkansas. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a place only pseudo-apex powers and above could set foot into. While Zero Wing might be a dominant force in the Crystal City of Secrets, it remained insignificant compared to the powers vying for Holy Ring City. Now that Shifeng had turned down 19th Sword's invitation, Zero Wing might not even be able to enter the World Ark, let alone Holy Ring City. After all, 19th Sword was responsible for overseeing the Skylight Association's affairs at the World Arkansas. So long as 19th Sword gave the word, any Zero Wing member would be killed on sight if they set foot into the regional dungeon. Most importantly, to prevent the various Holy Race powers from monopolizing the World Ark's resurrection camps, the various human powers had agreed to join forces and wrestle control over these camps when they activated in 4 days. If Zero Wing couldn't get a share of these resurrection camps, its members would face significantly greater difficulty exploring the World Arkansas good. Youngsters nowadays are much bolder than my time. Standing up, 19th Sword took one last look at Shifeng and said, "I hope Zero Wing can still be so tough 4 days later." After saying so, 19th Sword left with his entourage, showing no intention of staying any longer. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3569, Chapter 643, Activating the Medium World Fragment. Chapter 3569, Chapter 643, Activating the Medium World Fragment. Chapter 643. activating the medium world fragment. You really shouldn't have reacted so impulsively, Guild Leader Black Flame, Ink Cheelin said worriedly to Sherfong after seeing 19th Sword leave. The Skylight Association is very powerful in the Eternal Realm. Even the various pseudo-apex powers are wary of it. Not to mention, Elder Sword is known for his arrogance. Now that Zero Wing has rejected his buyout offer, he is bound to target Zero Wing at the World Arkansas. 19th Sword had rejected all of the invitations he had received from the various Apex powers thus far, so it was a huge deal for him to join a non-Apex power like the Skylight Association. Yet, when he came in person to make Zero Wing a buyout offer on the Skylight Association's behalf, he had faced such an outright rejection. With his prideful personality, there was no way he would let this slight go. Not to mention, the World Arc was a high-level world mode regional dungeon that was bound to be the focus of the various players and powers in the future. At that time, there wouldn't be just one city's worth of players and powers competing over the map, but many cities instead. There were also the Holy Race's various players and powers. Although Zero Wing currently already had over 100,000 members and over 200 fifth floor experts, such numbers were nothing in the competition over the World Arkansas. If Zero Wing wanted to thrive in the regional dungeon, the wisest choice would be to partner with the Skylight Association. Don't worry, Vice Commander Cheelin, Sherfong said, chuckling. The current Zero Wing is no longer the same as before. The Skylight Association is not worthy of Zero Wing's fear. The Skylight Association indeed grew to an extraordinary extent during his previous life. But the current Zero Wing similarly shouldn't be underestimated, either. Not to mention, even with the limited resources he had during his previous life, he still managed to fight Demon's Gate, an apex power, to a standstill. So, why should he be afraid of a non-apex power like the Skylight Association? If you feel that the mana purification technique is sufficient as a trump card, I advise you to reconsider Guild Leader Black Flame, Ink Cheelin said, wryly smiling when she heard Sherfeng's nonchalant response. I don't know how, but the Skylight Association has also managed to secure many copies of the mana purification technique for its elites. This is also how the Skylight Association has thrived at the World Arkansas. Skylight has also acquired many copies. Sherfong was a little surprised to hear this. He found it hard to believe that an up-and-coming power like the Skylight Association could get its hands on many copies of the mana purification technique. In the current Eternal Realm, only the various Apex powers should be able to get their hands on a considerable amount. As for Zero Wing, it had only gotten lucky and secured a large number from the nameless city. In short, be careful of Skylight, Guild Leader Black Flame, Ink Cheelin said cautiously. There is no way Skylight is an ordinary existence. Despite the various Apex powers offering various resources to recruit him, Elder Sword still turned down all of their offers. Yet, Skylight has somehow managed to convince him to join. Moreover, it isn't just Elder Sword. According to Scarecrow Fox's intelligence, many of the Greater Gods Domain's top adventurer teams and famous individuals have also joined Skylight. Skylight's forces have also killed several of the 9 great pseudo-Apex Powers legions at the World Arc already, and these were legions led by Vice Guild leader individuals we are talking about. Nobody knows exactly how powerful the Skylight Association is right now. Thank you for your reminder, Vice Commander Cheelin, Sherfong said gratefully. I will take note of this. Okay, I still have to take care of the Great Commander's mission, so I'll be taking my leave as well, Ink Cheelin said, nodding before leaving Zero Wing's residence with River Light. Meanwhile, a moment after Ink Cheelin and River Light left, Gentle Snow stepped into the lounge. Should we head to the World Arc with Azure Shadows Group in 4 days? Guild leader? Gentle Snow suggested. The 9 great pseudo-Apex powers were second to only the various Apex powers. Meanwhile, Their legions, led by Vice Guild leader-level individuals, were so strong they could survive against even divine glory experts. Yet, the Skylight Association had managed to kill multiple such legions. No need. Let them focus on preparing for their test, Shifeng said, shaking his head. If we want to stand out in the eternal realm, it is best if we rely on ourselves. How's the secret room's renovation coming along? The barrier has been set up as you requested. Not even Tier 6 experts should think of breaking it in a short time, Gentle Snow answered with a look of curiosity. She couldn't understand why Shifeng would ask to erect such a powerful barrier for a single room. The barrier was already strong enough to protect the average city. It's done already? Shifeng smiled when he heard Gentle Snow's answer. In that case, have Soul's group gather there in an hour. The same goes for you. Why are we gathering there? I don't think it will be necessary if we're gathering for a sparring session. Gentle Snow asked in confusion. After learning the advanced bronze purification technique, everyone is busy trying to master world laws. Many of them are also very close to mastering a law already. Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Gentle Snow's concerns. Then he said, naturally, it is to help you all master more laws. Of course, I won't object if you all decide you don't want this opportunity. I can always enjoy it by myself. Master more laws. Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Really? World laws played a vital role in determining a divine body's completion rate and strength. The more world laws a player mastered, the higher their divine body's completion rate and strength would be. In reality, many of Zero Wing's executive members could already get promoted to Tier 6. But they all had great ambitions, so they wished to make more progress in world laws before creating their divine body and getting promoted to Tier 6. But mastering world laws was not an easy task. Apart from gaining assistance from various legacies, they could only rely on themselves to comprehend and experiment. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shifeng said, chuckling. Hurry up and notify the others. Okay, I'll go and inform them right away. Gentle Snow said, hurriedly. Also, you're not allowed to monopolize this opportunity, guild leader. While Gentle Snow left to contact Hidden Soul and Zero Wing's other executives, Shifeng made his way to the secret room protected by a large Grandmaster magic barrier. The secret room was the size of a football field, and it was more than enough to accommodate the activities of over 100 players. It's all up to you now. After arriving in the secret room, Shifeng took out the medium world fragment from his bag. Then, he injected a god crystal into the fist-sized void fragment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3570, Chapter 644, World Law Paradise. Chapter 3570, Chapter 644, World Law Paradise. Chapter 644, World Law Paradise. When the god crystal merged with the medium world fragment, wisps of silver-gray mist emanated from the fist-sized void fragment and spread across the room like ripples across a pond. In only a few moments, dense mist filled the entire room, darkening the room. Meanwhile, standing amidst the darkness, Shifeng couldn't help but be astonished by the unprecedented experience he was currently experiencing. More specifically, he could currently see everything in his surroundings with incredible clarity, particularly the magic elements around him. In God's domain, players' perception of the various magic elements would increase and decrease with the mana density. Yet, even though the room's mana density remained the same as before, his perception of magic elements had undergone a qualitative transformation. Are these the effects of a medium world fragment? Shifeng was greatly shocked as he looked at the countless magic elements moving around him. The level of his mana affinity already ranked at the top of the greater god's domain, but even then, it only allowed him to vaguely see the movements of the magic elements around him. In comparison, after activating the medium world fragment, not only could he see the surrounding magic elements with great clarity, but even their movements had seemingly slowed down by a lot. The magic elements in God's domain moved at great speeds. Even with level 6 mana affinity, he could normally only catch glimpses of a magic element's movement. Observing a magic element move was no different than observing a shooting star for him. So, one could just imagine how challenging it would be to analyze a world law that was weaved by countless magic elements. This was also why, despite there being countless experts in the greater God's domain, saint-ranked experts remained exceedingly rare. But at this time, Shi Feng found the movements of the magic elements around him had slowed down by more than half. This made it many times easier to observe and analyze the world laws they weaved, while Shi Feng marveled at the medium world fragments' amazing effects. Over a dozen Zero Wing members entered the secret room. Apart from Gentle Snow, there was Hidden Soul, Su Qianlu, Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, Rampant Blade, Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer, Fire Dance, Jun Luosha, Fire Cloud, Happy Snow, Lin Yaoyue, Zhuo Yalan, Crimson Heart, and Cleansed Rue. Lin Yaoyue, Zhuo Yalan, Crimson Heart, and Cleansed Rue were originally members of Mysterious Moon and 100 Flower Palace. But ever since Zero Wing became the miniature Ancient World's overlord and brought many of the Azura Mercenary Alliance's executives into the Eternal Realm, many of the Mercenary Alliance's guilds had chosen to merge into Zero Wing. Among them were Mysterious Moon and 100 Flower Palace. Shi Feng naturally welcomed the addition of the two first-rate guilds. It was especially so for the individuals Lin Yaoyue, Zhuo Yalan, Crimson Heart, and Cleansed Rue. All four of them possessed exceptional talent, and it was especially so for Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue. During Shi Feng's previous life, Cleansed Rue's fame was on par with Gentle Snow, being one of their God's Domain's 4 goddesses. After entering the greater God's Domain, she even became a saint-ranked expert who had mastered 3 basic laws. She was only short of merging the 3 basic laws into an advanced law. Unfortunately, due to 100 Flower Palace's lacking foundations, Cleansed Rue ended up having her potential restricted. Had 100 Flower Palace been as strong as an upper-ranking hegemonic power and provided Cleansed Rue with a full set of legendary equipment, she could have rivaled Tier 6 gods in strength. As for Crimson Heart, 100 Flower Palace's first Vice Guild leader, her achievements were even more extraordinary than Cleansed Rue. Firstly, she managed to develop an exclusive absolute technique that rivaled gold combat techniques. Secondly, with a full set of legendary items, she managed to force a Tier 6 god into retreating after fighting for an entire day, which, in turn, allowed 100 Flower Palace to occupy an ancient ruin in the Void Sea. Originally, Shi Feng thought 100 Flower Palace would remain only as Zero Wing's ally, like in his previous life. He never thought that Crimson Heart would somehow manage to persuade Shadow Flower, 100 Flower Palace's mysterious guild leader, to incorporate 100 Flower Palace into Zero Wing. Mysterious Moon's decision to merge into Zero Wing did not surprise Shi Feng at all. After all, Mysterious Moon was just your average first-rate guild. On the other hand, while 100 Flower Palace might be a first-rate guild on the surface, whether in quantity or quality, its experts could already rival super first-rate guilds. So long as 100 Flower Palace waited for their God's Domain's world passage to fully open and enter the greater God's Domain, it would be akin to an aquarium shark returning to the ocean. It would quickly grow into an ordinary hegemonic power in the greater God's Domain, and it might even have hopes of rivaling upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the future. Hence, Shi Feng was very much surprised by 100 Flower Palace's addition to Zero Wing. But since 100 Flower Palace had already merged into Zero Wing, he naturally had to make full use of Crimson Heart's and Cleansed Rue's potential. What is this place? I can actually perceive the movements of magic elements here." "Cleansed," Rue exclaimed as soon as she stepped into the secret room. Cleansed Rue had been repeatedly shocked by Zero Wing's strength since 100 Flower Palace's merger into Zero Wing. In addition to having the ability to bring its guild members into the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing also had a frightening number of fifth-floor experts in the Eternal Realm. Compared to Zero Wing, the so-called 5 great super guilds of their god's domain were nothing but jokes. Moreover, after joining Zero Wing, they also got to spar with the guild's fifth-floor experts daily, achieving rapid growth. Take Crimson Heart, for example. Right now, Crimson Heart was already a pseudo-fifth-floor expert, and it shouldn't be long before she became a bona fide fifth-floor expert. As for Cleansed Rue, she was a titled expert already, and she also shouldn't have any trouble achieving the fifth-floor standard in the future. Originally, Cleansed Rue thought she had already seen everything Zero Wing had to offer, and that nothing else could shock her. But after entering this secret room, she realized that Zero Wing still had more shocking secrets she had yet to discover. Currently, getting promoted to Tier 6 was no longer a problem for her. The only problem was whether she could construct a divine body at the gold rank or above, which required her to master at least one basic world law. However, mastering a basic world law was easier said than done. To accomplish such a feat, not only did players need to have sufficient legacy guidances, but they also needed to fully familiarize themselves with the movements of the various magic elements. If there was even a slight error in their analysis and manipulation, they would never succeed at mastering a world law. Meanwhile, players in God's domain could normally only rely on their senses to perceive the movement of magic elements. It was impossible to do so with the naked eye. Yet, not only was it possible to see magic elements moving in this secret room, but the movement of the room's magic elements was also much slower than normal. This secret room was essentially a paradise for mastering world laws. At this time, Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one in shock. Gentle Snow, Hidden Snow, and everyone else was similarly stunned. They never thought they would get to observe world laws under such circumstances. The benefits of the environment here are self-explanatory. However, I can only keep it active for a limited time, so make use of it while it lasts, Shifeng suddenly said as he swept his gaze across the dazed individuals before him. The guild has also prepared sufficient 7 luminaries crystals for all of you. If you decide you are ready to get promoted to Tier 6, you can retrieve your share from the guild warehouse at any time. After saying so, Shifeng distributed some eternal god crystals to everyone before leaving them to their own devices. As for how much they could achieve in this secret room, it was all up to their individual potential. While everyone was busy analyzing world laws, Shifeng made his way to a corner of the room and took out a golden heart from his bag. Let's hope I can get something out of this. After making a silent prayer, Shifeng injected 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal into the primordial chaos body. TL notes: 1. Lin Yaoyue equals clear sky, Shui Yalan equals nightingale. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3571, Chapter 645, Superior Divine Body. Chapter 3571, Chapter 645, Superior Divine Body. Chapter 645, Superior Divine Body. Starlight Continent, First Tier Mobile City, Galaxy City. A plane measuring over 10,000 meters in length was currently parked above the city's airport, dwarfing the many supersonic passenger planes traveling to and away from the city. Needless to say, the gigantic plane attracted the attention and shock of many in the airport. The greater world was composed of numerous continents. For the average person, they would usually never leave the city they resided in, let alone travel to a different continent. But for those looking to travel to other continents, supersonic passenger planes were no longer sufficient. Instead, FTL, faster than light, passenger planes would be required. However, FTL passenger planes were incredibly costly, and only the various conglomerates could afford to own such planes. Even then, they would be limited to owning only a few, and they would normally only use these planes for their own development purposes. Outsiders shouldn't think of hitching a ride on a conglomerate's FTL plane. Yet, the group of people that had just alighted from the FTL plane clearly weren't here on official business. Judging by their varying casual attires, they were evidently tourists who had come to visit the Starlight continent. It also didn't seem like they had flown here using their own organization's exclusive FTL plane. This was a level of extravagance that even the Galaxy conglomerate had never done before. So how could Galaxy City's inhabitants not react in shock? Meanwhile, walking among the tourists were about a dozen or so young men and women. These youths were akin to well-trained warriors, each giving off an astonishing presence. After arriving at Galaxy City, these youths promptly started to scrutinize the city around them, gathering as much information as they could with their eyes. When these youths walked along the streets of Galaxy City, many passers-by subconsciously turned to look at them. After all, not only did these youths possess sharp temperaments, but every one of them was also a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. Even in a first-tier city like Galaxy City, experts of such caliber remained incredibly rare. Not to mention, walking in the lead of these youths was a middle-aged man whose mere presence suffocated even nearby mental strength grandmasters. This is such a backwater place. Whether it is in development or energy density levels, this city can't even compete with our continent's second-tier cities, a tall young woman said, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes as she surveyed the city around her. Are we really going to develop in that so-called Star Lake City from now on? Big Brother Samsara? Their group operated a mercenary unit in the real world under fervent Samsara's leadership. Even among the greater gods' domain's 12 sanctuaries, their mercenary unit was rather well known, and many conglomerates would usually hire them to fight against other powers. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their mercenary unit thrived in the 12 sanctuaries, although they recently had to put their mercenary activities on hold because fervent Samsara got dragged into the Eternal Realm by chance. They could promptly resume their activities once the Eternal Realm's coordinates were found. Yet, even though the Eternal Realm's coordinates had yet to be discovered, fervent Samsara had suddenly gathered them together and insisted they move to a backwater place like the Starlight Continent to develop. On top of that, they wouldn't even be operating from one of the Starlight Continent's first-tier cities. Instead, they would be setting up base in a newly promoted second-tier city. No matter how they racked their minds, they simply couldn't understand why fervent Samsara would make such a decision. I already told you that I won't force you if you don't want to come. Since you're here already, stop asking questions, fervent Samsara sternly said as he glanced at the youths behind him. I still can't tell you why I am moving into Star Lake City, but if you join Zero Wing later, I will ask the guild leader if I can share this information with you. The primordial chaos body. This was an item primordial gods used to construct their divine bodies. Although Shurfong never explicitly mentioned it, fervent Samsara knew he must never share this secret with a third party, even if it was someone he deeply trusted. After all, even the slightest information leak could bring about disaster to them. I didn't mean to question your decision, Big Brother Samsara, the young woman hurriedly said when she saw fervent Samsara suddenly becoming stern. But we all have families that rely on us for money and resources. We're just worried we can't continue to provide for our families if we suddenly join Zero Wing. The other youths in the group agreed with the young woman's words. Every member of their mercenary unit came from a small family. Their families had to go through great effort to nurture them to their current states, so it was only natural that they repaid their debt now that they had become capable experts. But it cost a lot of money and resources to let their family members live in first-tier cities. If joining Zero Wing negatively affected their income, they might lose the ability to support their families. Not to mention, they had gone through a lot of trouble to develop their mercenary unit to its current prosperous state. For them to join an up-and-coming guild, which they had never even heard about until recently, would be no different than having them start all over again. The hardships they had experienced in the past really weren't something they wished to go through another time. "Don't worry. When have I mistreated you all?" Fervent Samsara said, chuckling when he saw everyone's worried looks. "If you join Zero Wing with me, I guarantee you'll be better off than you are now." The current Zero Wing might seem like it was still an upstart power with an uncertain future, but Fervent Samsara was certain Zero Wing would eventually become a major player in the greater God's domain. It might even become a pseudo-apex power in the future. Meanwhile, the best time to join Zero Wing would naturally be when the guild was still starving for manpower. Of course, he couldn't just join Zero Wing by himself. If he wished to step into Zero Wing's core circle and hold influence in the guild, he would need more people to help him. Crystal City of Secrets, Zero Wing's residence, underground secret room. After Shifeng injected 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal into the primordial chaos body, divine patterns lit up all over the golden heart. Immediately afterward, segments of information flooded his mind, making him feel as if his brain was about to explode. After this situation continued for nearly half an hour, the primordial chaos body finally stopped transmitting information. Meanwhile, Shifeng's face was pale and sweated profusely. Yet, despite looking clearly exhausted, excitement filled his eyes. Incredible! I didn't think the primordial chaos body would hold such a legacy. No wonder the primordial gods would create their divine bodies with the help of primordial chaos bodies. Shifeng mentally exclaimed as he watched the golden heart's divine patterns fade out of existence. In God's domain, all players seeking to get promoted to Tier 6 needed to construct a divine body suited to them. Meanwhile, players could construct 2 types of divine bodies: ordinary divine bodies and superior divine bodies. However, this was a secret most players weren't privy to, and it was something Shifeng had only come across by luck during his previous life. In the current God's domain, whether it was players or gods, the divine bodies they created were only divine bodies. Only primordial gods and a small number of ancient gods had constructed a superior divine body for themselves. This was also why there was such a huge difference in strength between the two groups. During his previous life, Shifeng had only gotten the opportunity to construct a superior divine body because of a primordial god legacy he obtained. Different from ordinary divine bodies, superior divine bodies could not be constructed without the guidance of a legacy. Even if he had experience constructing a superior divine body, he couldn't construct one without the necessary legacy. Originally, he thought he would not get to construct a superior divine body in this life, and the most he could achieve was construct an ordinary divine body that was at the legendary rank. After all, the opportunity he had come across in his previous life was not something that could be actively sought after. But now he actually had another chance to construct a superior divine body. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3572, Chapter 646, Divine Body of Legends. Chapter 3572, Chapter 646, Divine Body of Legends, Chapter 646. Divine Body of Legends, I didn't think I would get another chance to create a superior divine body. The 5 million units of 7 luminaries crystal were really well spent. After calming his emotions, Shifeng started to carefully analyze the new information in his brain. There were many different ways to construct a divine body, so even though he had experience constructing a superior divine body, he couldn't treat the matter with light regard. Meanwhile, from what he gathered after briefly looking through the information he received, The guidance provided by the primordial chaos body was most certainly different from the guidance he received from the primordial god, Legacy, in his previous life. For starters, the primordial god, Legacy, in his previous life had provided him with step-by-step instructions on how to construct a specific superior divine body. All he needed to do was meet all the target requirements, and he would have himself a superior divine body. On the other hand, the primordial chaos body only provided him with a general method of creating a divine body. He would still need to complete the vital sections by himself. As for what kind of divine body he could create, it would depend on the world laws he had mastered. According to the primordial chaos body's legacy, the more world laws he mastered, the stronger his divine body would be. He could even construct a superior divine body if he had mastered a sufficient number of world laws. Of course, before aiming to construct a superior divine body, he would first need to deal with the basic portion of the primordial chaos body's divine body construction method, which would not be easy. When he created his superior divine body in his previous life, including the core magic arrays, he had to engrave over 1,000 Grandmaster magic arrays and manipulate them simultaneously. However, compared to the primordial god, Legacy's method of creating superior divine bodies, the primordial chaos body's method was even more astonishing. After glancing at the information provided by the primordial chaos body, he found that he needed to construct over 1,900 Grandmaster magic arrays just for his divine body's core. On top of that, he also had to construct some additional Grandmaster magic arrays at vital nodes situated across the divine body, and these nodal magic arrays numbered roughly 1/10 of the core magic arrays. After factoring in both types of magic arrays, he would need to construct over 2,000 Grandmaster magic arrays. Even at a rough estimate, the superior divine body construction method provided by the primordial chaos body was at least twice as complex as the step-by-step method he obtained from the primordial god, Legacy, in his previous life. As if that wasn't enough, he also had to thoroughly research the magic arrays suggested by the primordial chaos body. Otherwise, he would not be able to merge the world laws he had mastered with his divine body and construct the nodal magic arrays. 1 hour, 10 hours, 30 hours. It was not until the evening of the next day that Shi Feng withdrew from his mind. Sure enough, constructing a superior divine body of my own isn't going to be an easy task. If I wasn't already a great Grandmaster magician, the 7 luminaries crystals I spent would have been for nothing. Shi Feng inwardly celebrated as he looked at the complete divine body magic array in his mind. The process of researching the 1,900-plus Grandmaster magic arrays wasn't particularly difficult. Any Grandmaster magician could do it with enough time. What made the process challenging was having the insight to tell that these Grandmaster magic arrays involved every basic world law in existence. Indeed, every basic world law in existence. The intricacy of the 1,900-plus Grandmaster magic arrays was simply unbelievable. It was common knowledge that when players constructed a divine body, it would be as if they were creating a miniature world within themselves. However, this miniature world would be an incredibly broken one, and it only existed to enable players to execute law projection. This was because the divine body players created only involved a small portion of the basic world laws that existed. It was also the same case with the superior divine body that Shi Feng had created in his previous life. However, when Shi Feng constructed the primordial chaos body's divine body magic array, he felt he was constructing a god's domain with complete basic laws. It was simply incredible. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the divine body template provided by the primordial chaos body was the most perfect divine body in existence. It did not require any additional magic arrays at all. So long as he used this divine body magic array to construct an ordinary divine body, its rank would definitely exceed the legendary rank. In fact, he might not even need to achieve a 90% completion rate to exceed the legendary rank. In that case, completing the 100 refinement mana body quest would be a piece of cake. As for constructing a superior divine body, that was also simple. So long as he merged an advanced law he had fully mastered with the divine body magic array, he would have himself a superior divine body. In his previous life, he was able to construct a superior divine body because of the law of destruction he had mastered. Or, rather, the primordial god Legacy's superior divine body was created based on the law of destruction. Thus, he would be able to construct the superior divine body so long as he mastered the law of destruction. The same was also true now. So long as he converted the law of destruction into the required nodal magic arrays and merged them with the divine body magic array, he would be able to immediately reclaim his previous life's achievements. However, as a great Grandmaster Magician, Shifeng was also aware that he would be wasting the primordial chaos body if he did that. Unlike the primordial god Legacy's divine body magic array, the primordial chaos body's divine body magic array was fully capable of adopting multiple advanced laws. Meanwhile, the more advanced laws he merged into the magic array, the more world power he could influence when he got promoted to Tier 6. Now that I have mastered all the foundational magic arrays, I should try merging the law of destruction and law of space with them. Hopefully, I have enough resources to fund my attempts. When Shifeng looked at the 7 luminaries crystals in his bag, he couldn't help but lose confidence. Although he wasn't looking to construct a divine body right away, if he wanted to operate the divine body magic array supplied by the primordial chaos body normally, he would need to supply it with 7 luminaries crystals. Or, more specifically, every time he attempted to merge the nodal magic arrays, he would need to spend 7 luminaries crystal to see if the divine body magic array could operate normally. While such experiments might not cost as much as it did to construct a divine body, each attempt would still require 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Normally, when a Grandmaster Magician was looking to develop a new Grandmaster magic array, they were unlikely to succeed without making a few thousand attempts. Even great Grandmaster Magicians would need at least several hundred attempts. Aside from the 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal needed to fund Fervent Samsara's and Heavy Abyss's opportunity to experience the primordial chaos body, Shifeng only had a little more than 35 million units of 7 luminaries crystal remaining. Among them, he would have to save about 10 to 20 million units to fund the Tier 6 promotion of guild members. So, all in all, he didn't really have a lot of 7 luminaries crystals to waste. However, Shifeng didn't hesitate to proceed with his experiments. Right now, constructing a superior divine body was of the utmost importance. Everything else was secondary. Even if he ended up wasting all of his 7 luminaries crystals, he simply needed to obtain more. Following this, Shifeng used an eternal god crystal and, under the medium world fragment's assistance, started converting the law of destruction and law of space into Grandmaster magic arrays to merge with the divine body magic array. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. On the 3rd day after the medium world fragment was activated, quite a few people in the secret room started to joyfully prepare for their Tier 6 promotion. Shifeng, though, remained seated in his corner. Another failure. Shifeng felt as if he had gotten ahead of himself when he looked at the divine body magic array that had refused to operate normally even once. He had gone through hundreds of attempts in the past 2 days, expending over 20 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. However, not once did he manage to get the divine body magic array to operate normally. In other words, he couldn't settle for a defective product even if he wanted to. The difficulty of converting 2 advanced laws into magic arrays was far greater than he initially anticipated. Fortunately, as if the main god system had decided to take pity on him, on the next nodal magic array arrangement, he tried the the moment he finished drawing the last magic array using the mana of the 7 luminaries crystals, the divine body magic array lit up brightly. It was a scene that had never occurred before in his past several hundred attempts, and it was evident that the divine body magic array could function normally already. TL notes. 1. The primordial god, legacy mentioned here, is referring to the legacy guidance that Shi Feng had received via the ancient god's eye in the main story. However, as I have previously mentioned, the author never really offered much clarification in the main story, so I ended up assuming that ancient god and primordial god were the same thing. So, the ancient gods, I should actually be primordial gods, I instead, and the legacy guidance received from it is considered a primordial god legacy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3573, Chapter 647, Challenging the Tier 6 Promotion. Chapter 3573, Chapter 647, Challenging the Tier 6 Promotion. Chapter 647, Challenging the Tier 6 Promotion. Did I get it right this time? Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the magic arrays on the magic array scroll lightening up. Currently, excluding the 10 million units he had to save, he had less than 15 million units of 7 luminaries crystals left to spend. However, if he continued with his experiments, Zero Wing might start to have trouble funding its members' Tier 6 promotion. There were many 5th floor experts in the current Zero Wing, and the guild's total member count even exceeded 100,000. However, unlike other guilds, because Zero Wing's sphere of activity in the Eternal Realm was limited to the Crystal City of Secrets, it had a very limited income of 7 luminaries crystals. If he were to spend all of Zero Wing's 7 luminaries crystals, the guild would have difficulties producing Tier 6 players in the foreseeable future. Fortunately, he had finally achieved success. With over 14 million units of 7 luminaries crystal remaining, Zero Wing should have no trouble affording its members Tier 6 promotion. Just when Shi Feng was about to officially begin constructing his divine body, Hidden Soul suddenly approached him. "You're finally done with your work, guild leader," Hidden Soul hurriedly said when she saw that Shi Feng had finally stopped drawing on magic array scrolls. "Had you continued working any longer, I might have had to interrupt you." Everyone had been focused on improving their mastery of the magic elements in the past 2 days. And because everyone's method of going about doing so was different, Hidden Soul did not dare to disturb Shi Feng for fear of interrupting him at a critical moment and ruining all of his progress. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked when he saw the mix of joy and anxiety on Hidden Soul's face. Yes. After taking a deep breath, Hidden Soul explained. "Some time ago, Mu Huangwu messaged us saying that Azure Shadows Group has successfully passed Night Watch City's test. They even monopolized the top 10 positions. But as a result, they became a hot topic in Night Watch City, and quite a few powers have started to look into this situation. Mu Huangwu estimates that it won't be long before those powers find out about Zero Wing's involvement. So, they've begun investigating already?" Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by this piece of news. Smiling, he said, "Tell Mu Huangwu that he can leak some information. Just say that Zero Wing has sold some secret treasures to the Green God Corporation and allowed Azure Shadows Group to receive a huge boost in strength. Of course, make sure to do this covertly. Azure Shadows Group had experienced meteoric improvements during their training in Zero Wing. It was especially so after they received the advanced bronze mana purification technique. Although they weren't fully equipped with legendary items, they were already close to rivaling Tier 6 gods. And if they were to fight against the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers' Tier 6 paragons, even if they were inferior to those paragons by 1 rank in combat standards, so long as those paragons hadn't learned a mana purification technique, yet they could achieve victory handily. Fortunately, due to the nature of secret treasures, improving players' mana protection. They could be used as a cover to explain the abnormal mana strength of Azure Shadow and the others. As for the matter of Night Watch City's various powers showing interest in this matter, it was something Sherfong had long anticipated. It was also something he had hoped would happen. It hadn't been long since Zero Wing had established itself in Star Lake City, so the guild was in urgent need of various resources and star coins. While Zero Wing could easily acquire these things if it sold its secret treasures to the Eternal Realm's various powers, Zero Wing would be funding its competition if it did that. It might be fine to sell a small portion, but if the numbers grew too large, Zero Wing's advantage in the Eternal Realm would diminish significantly. However, it would be a different story if Zero Wing sold its secret treasures to Star Lake City's neighboring cities. Most of the powers based in these neighboring cities didn't have any presence in the Eternal Realm, so it wouldn't affect Zero Wing's influence to sell secret treasures to these powers. Moreover, if Zero Wing were to sell its secret treasures through the miniature ancient world, it could sell its secret treasures at a high price and avoid getting heavily taxed by trading via the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention, Zero Wing could use these transactions to apply pressure on Silverfrost City, killing two birds with one stone. MHM. I'll notify Elder Mu, Hidden Soul said, nodding. Also, one more thing. The Skylight Association has officially moved into the Crystal City yesterday, and it has recruited 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers and 23 of the city's top 30 adventurer teams. Right now, it should have over 300 fifth-floor experts and over 300,000 members under its command. Vice Commander Chelan has advised us to be careful and said that we should avoid the World Arc for the time being. What an extravagant move. Sherfong was a little surprised to hear Hidden Soul's report on the Skylight Association. Although he had long known that the Skylight Association was wealthy, he didn't think it would be to such an extent. Setting aside the 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers, just recruiting 23 of the city's top 30 adventurer teams was a challenging task. After all, even when Zero Wing had offered these adventurer teams the opportunity to get their hands on mana purification techniques, none of them had taken the bait. The fact that these adventurer teams had agreed to join the Skylight Association must mean that Skylight had offered them a much more irresistible offer. The World Arc's resurrection camps are activating soon. Guild leader, should we go or not? Hidden Soul asked. She was aware of the conflict between Zero Wing and the Skylight Association. Now that the Skylight Association had recruited many experts in the Crystal City, if Zero Wing were to head to the World Arc to develop, a direct confrontation with the Skylight Association would be inevitable. Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? Sherfong said, chuckling. The resurrection camps are crucial for development at the World Arkansas. If we miss this chance, it'll be difficult for us to catch up in the future. Now that some of our people have already started their Tier 6 promotion, wouldn't it be a waste not to compete? If that's the case, I'll go and get ready, Hidden Soul said, deciding to challenge her Tier 6 promotion right away. Currently, she had already mastered 2 basic laws thanks to the medium world fragment's help. Originally, she had planned to master a 3rd basic law before challenging her Tier 6 promotion. That way, she could construct an epic divine body with 100% certainty, but for the sake of the World Arc, she decided not to delay her Tier 6 promotion any longer. The medium world fragments effects were admittedly astonishing, but it only allowed players to tap into the potential they had accumulated over time and achieve rapid growth. Once players exhausted their untapped potential, their growth would slow down significantly, and they would need significantly more time to achieve any notable growth. However, the current Eternal Realm was overflowing with opportunities, and time was an incredibly precious resource. If she were to delay her Tier 6 promotion for too long, she would miss out on many of these opportunities, effectively putting the cart before the horse. "Okay, you go and do that," Shifeng said, not bothering to dissuade Hidden Soul from her decision. After all, he was fully aware that reaching Tier 6 was just the beginning. After Hidden Soul took her leave, Shifeng took out an Eternal God crystal and absorbed it without hesitation. Then, he took out the Primordial Dragon Legacy crystal he had obtained from Kalisha. Whether I succeed or fail, it all comes down to this. After taking one last look at the completed Divine Body Magic Array, Shifeng injected 100 Eternal God crystals into the Primordial Dragon Legacy crystal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3574, Chapter 648, Choice of Divine Body. Chapter 3574, Chapter 648, Choice of Divine Body. Chapter 648, Choice of Divine Body. Zero Wings Residence, Underground Secret Room. As soon as Shifeng finished injecting the 100 Eternal God crystals, the Primordial Dragon Legacy crystal promptly transformed into a red streak of light that flowed into the depths of his mind. Simultaneously, the scene before him transformed into a boundless darkness. A moment later, a golden dragon suddenly appeared amidst the darkness, the dragon's body measuring over 10,000 meters in length. Aside from having a titanic body, the golden dragon also radiated an aura so powerful that it easily surpassed any ancient god Shifeng had encountered thus far. In front of the golden dragon, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the average ancient god was a speck of dust. Simply the breaths of the golden dragon were enough to stir the mana within a several million-yard radius. And if the golden dragon exhaled strongly, its breath could most likely shatter the world barrier of a god's domain. You have one opportunity to receive my guidance. Adventurer, what do you wish to learn from me? The golden dragon asked as it gazed upon Shifeng, its eyes looking like it could see through all of Shifeng's secrets. Esteemed golden dragon, may I ask that you let me experience this magic array that I have created? Shifeng asked as he looked at the golden dragon. Due to the 100 refinement mana body quest, he needed to construct a divine body at the legendary rank. Combined with his aim to construct a superior divine body, he naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly. While the divine body magic array he created could function normally now, how strong the divine body would be exactly also remained unknown. If he wished to find out, he would need to construct a divine body with it and experience it for himself. Not to mention, even if he had a functioning divine body magic array on hand, it wasn't a guarantee that he could construct a divine body successfully. It might still be tolerable if he successfully constructed his divine body. At worst, he could abandon the opportunity to get promoted to Tier 6 and wait a month before challenging his Tier 6 promotion gain. But if he failed to create one, he would need to wait for several months before he could challenge his Tier 6 promotion again. Meanwhile, if the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal could let him experience the Divine Body Magic Array he created, he could get a rough estimate of what rank the superior Divine Body he created would end up at. Moreover, the experience should also increase his construction success rate. Of course, if the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal couldn't provide such guidance, he could still switch to a more extravagant method to test his Divine Body Magic Array. Simple. After taking a look at Shifeng's Divine Body Magic Array, the Golden Dragon held up one of its claws over Shifeng. Immediately, under the Golden Dragon's manipulation, Shifeng started to experience the process of constructing a divine body using his Divine Body Magic Array. The process was methodical and specific, from engraving the necessary magic arrays to the guidance of mana into the engraved magic arrays. Every step was also executed flawlessly and without any fanfare. When the divine body's construction ended, Shifeng felt himself becoming vastly stronger than before. If he were to return to the outside world in such a state, he could easily devastate a large area with his every move. But this feeling of power quickly disappeared, indicating the end of the legacy guidance. It's still slightly weaker than my last superior divine body. After carefully analyzing his experience, Shi Feng felt that although his new superior divine body allowed him to exhibit strength much greater than he could exhibit in his previous life, it was mainly due to the mana purification technique he had mastered. Not to mention, the world power he felt the instant he completed his new superior divine body was slightly weaker than when he completed his former superior divine body. In other words, his new superior divine body's upper limit should be inferior to that of an epic superior divine body. Subsequently, after his consciousness returned to the secret room, Shi Feng carefully made some minor adjustments to the nodal magic array's arrangement. Fortunately, the divine body magic array was also activated successfully this time. So, he promptly spent 100 eternal god crystals for another trial. According to Kalisha, the primordial dragon legacy crystal could be used up to 10 times, each use costing 100 god crystals. So, he had 10 chances to try. Once he expended all 10 uses of the legacy crystal, he would need to conduct his experiments via actual construction attempts. And if he couldn't produce satisfactory results within a certain period of time, he would have no choice but to forego constructing a superior divine body and settle for an ordinary legendary divine body to complete his quest. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was rather fortunate on his second attempt, as he constructed a superior divine body slightly stronger than the epic superior divine body in his previous life. The new superior divine body had evidently exceeded the epic standard already. However, for safety's sake, Shi Feng still chose to expend all 10 legacy guidance opportunities, consuming 1,000 eternal god crystals in the process. This was a cost that could cause any power to suffer a heart attack. Only the second, fifth, and 10th attempts managed to surpass my past life's divine body. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow hesitant as he looked at the 10 successful divine body magic arrays he had drawn. The outcome of his 10 attempts was better than he anticipated, as 3 of the 10 attempts had yielded a superior divine body stronger than what he had in his previous life. But what rank these 3 superior divine bodies could achieve remained uncertain, because he could only experience each divine body for a brief instant after it was completed. There was very little information he could base his judgment on. Firstly, if he were to rank the 3 superior divine bodies by the world power he sensed, the 5th attempt would be the strongest, while the 10th attempt would rank second, and the 2nd attempt would rank last. Though, in reality, the difference between the 3 was tiny. Secondly, if he were to judge the strength of their mana, the 2nd attempt would be the strongest, while the 10th attempt would rank second, and the 5th attempt would rank last. The rankings were essentially flipped. Lastly, if he were to judge them by the density of their mana, the 10th attempt carried the densest mana, while the 2nd and 5th attempts were tied for second place. It seems a gamble is inevitable. After hesitating for a moment, Shi Feng decided to construct the 10th attempt's divine body. While the amount of world power influenced was a good indicator of a divine body's strength, Shi Feng also understood that mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. Furthermore, his understanding of his divine body magic array had grown with each passing attempt. This, in turn, allowed him to continuously perfect the magic array. Meanwhile, even the tiniest improvements were noteworthy when it came to divine body construction. Logically, no matter how bad his 10th attempt turned out to be, it shouldn't be worse than his first attempt. Not to mention, the 10th attempt's divine body possessed significantly denser mana than the 2nd and 5th attempts. It wasn't a minute difference like in the world power influenced. After making his decision, Shi Feng followed the step-by-step instructions he learned through the primordial dragon legacy crystal and began earnestly engraving the divine body magic array, with 7 luminaries crystals. And because he already had experience engraving the magic arrays, while he didn't manage to replicate the legacy guidance's perfection, he still managed to engrave all 2,000 plus Grandmaster magic arrays without error. After Shifeng engraved the magic arrays, he took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. Then, using the 2 advanced world laws he had mastered, he began guiding the 7 luminaries crystals mana into the divine body magic array, powering it and using it to create a complete miniature world. The process of guiding mana into the divine body magic array and activating it was much more challenging than the engraving process. Not only was it more time-consuming, but it also placed a huge toll on his concentration and tested his control over mana. Had Shifeng attempted to manipulate the 2,000-plus Grandmaster magic arrays with his base tier 6 advanced concentration, he would have definitely failed. But with the help of an eternal god crystal and the mental condensation technique, he managed to elevate his concentration to the tier 6 peak standard, which was just barely enough to let him manipulate the 2,000-plus Grandmaster magic arrays. As a result, though, he felt as if he was crossing a log bridge while carrying 1,000 kilograms on his back. He would slip and fall if he let his focus slip for even a moment. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After manipulating the Grandmaster magic arrays for over 10 minutes, even with the help of the Eternal God Crystal, Shifeng still exhausted himself to his limits. The system had even warned him to log off and rest as soon as possible. Almost just one last step. Shifeng bit his tongue to keep himself conscious. If he were to fall unconscious here, all his efforts would have gone to waste. The advantages he had accumulated in the Eternal Realm would also vanish. Fortunately, most of the Divine Body's core magic arrays had already been activated, and there were only 5 more to go. 5, 4, 3. Just as Shifeng was about to black out, the sound of a system notification rang in his ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3575, Chapter 649, Star Soul. Chapter 3575, Chapter 649, Star Soul. Chapter 649, Star Soul System. Congratulations. You have successfully constructed a superior divine body. The constructed superior divine body's completion rate is at 96%. And has reached the Tier 6 standard. The constructed superior divine body is evaluated to be at the legendary rank. Do you wish to get promoted to Tier 6? Legendary? Shifeng was both shocked and pleasantly surprised when he saw the system notification. He didn't think he would actually make the right choice. System, warning! Your concentration has fallen to a dangerous level. You will be forcibly logged out and prohibited from logging in for 12 hours. Promote. When Shifeng noticed his vision gradually darkening, he chose to be promoted to Tier 6 without hesitation. Once players finished constructing their divine bodies in God's domain, if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to be promoted to Tier 6 within a few minutes, the system would assume they didn't wish to be promoted by default. Meanwhile, once players abandoned the opportunity to get promoted to Tier 6, not only would they need to spend another 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal when they wished to be promoted in the future, but they would also have to wait for a month before they could challenge their Tier 6 promotion again. In the ever-changing Eternal Realm, a month's time was enough for any expert to be disqualified from the front lines. Not to mention, only by reaching Tier 6 could players truly start to explore the Eternal Realm's many vital regions. Currently, many powers already had experts who were qualified to get promoted to Tier 6. The only reason they still didn't have any Tier 6 players was because they feared their experts might encounter failure during their promotion. After all, the penalty for a failed promotion was many times more severe than the penalty for abandoning a successful promotion. Hence, The various powers forbade any of their experts from challenging their Tier 6 promotion until they were 100% confident in success. Meanwhile, after Sherfone gave his response, he promptly logged out of God's domain. Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center, top floor living quarter. After climbing out of his gaming cabin, Sherfone dragged his exhausted body over to the fridge, took out a small bottle, and consumed the drop of Stardew inside. Immediately, his tired expression started to recover. Now, all that's left is to hope Snow and the others can succeed, Sherfone thought as he looked out the window at the long line of people waiting outside the Zero Wing Training Center. Although Zero Wing had acquired unimaginable wealth from the nameless city's treasury, most of this wealth couldn't be used immediately. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had recruited many guild members in both Star Lake City and the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets recently. This, in turn, had increased Zero Wing's expenditure significantly. It was especially so on Star Lake City's side. Currently, members recruited in the Crystal City of Secret could enjoy all of the benefits Zero Wing had to offer. They even had fifth-floor experts leading them on expeditions to the underground Crystal Palace and dungeons out in the fields. They didn't have to worry about money or equipment in the slightest. In comparison, as most of the internal members recruited in Star Lake City were scattered across the Starlight Realm's various kingdoms and empires, Zero Wing couldn't even offer them a proper place to train in God's domain, let alone provide them with a stable supply of weapons and equipment. To make matters worse, most of them were only Tier 4 players. For the sake of developing these internal members, Zero Wing had no choice but to purchase items from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce at a high price before letting these members exchange for these items at a low price. With the revenue Zero Wing was currently generating via the secret crystal trading firm and the sale of common secret treasures, it could still afford to provide for a few thousand internal members using such a method. But as Zero Wing's internal member count continued to increase, it would need to further increase its income. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing wished to make more money to sustain its development, securing territory in the World Arc would become imperative. The World Arc was the only place players could reliably obtain entry passes for the Holy Rings city. But if players died in the World Arc, they would be automatically resurrected in a nearby NPC city's resurrection temple, and they would need to spend more than 10 hours traveling back to the regional dungeon. So, exploring the World Arc could be said to be a very troublesome task. Of course, the World Arc's automatic resurrection problem wasn't without a solution. There were many resurrection camps in the world Arkansas. If players occupied and registered themselves at one of these camps, they would be automatically resurrected at the registered camp if they died inside the world Arkansas. Not only would this save them a lot of travel time, but they could also have their death penalty. Because of this, the resurrection camps were essential for players looking to explore the world Arkansas. Meanwhile, so long as a power could occupy a resurrection camp, even if they only charged players a fee of 1 eternal silver a day, they could still make a fortune. In Sherfeng's previous life, if powers managed their resurrection camps, well, they could stand to make 2 to 3 fortresses worth of revenue from each resurrection camp. Moreover, these were fortresses situated on high-level maps they were talking about. The only problem was whether a power could occupy a resurrection camp for a long period. Unlike towns, cities, and fortresses, the World Arc's resurrection camps had no defensive facilities. Players could only rely on themselves to defend their resurrection camps from invaders. Meanwhile, as the Holy Ring City was of utmost importance to both human and holy race powers, it went without saying that competition over the World Arc's resurrection camp would be intense, so much so that it could be equated to a realm war. If a power didn't have sufficient strength, occupying a resurrection camp would be out of the question. While Sherfone was resting his mind, Pace Angel suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, a man going by the name of Fervent Samsara, says he is here to join the guild. He came with a group of roughly 20 people. He says he already has Vice Guild Leader Soul's approval, Pace Angel said. But I can't get in touch with Vice Guild Leader Soul right now. Should I register them? That's quick of him. Surefoam was a little surprised to hear Fervent Samsara's name. Immediately, he said, "Go ahead and register them. Afterward, have them come to my office." Surefoam had previously heard Fervent Samsara saying he would bring some companions to join Zero Wing with him, and that these companions were all Tier 6. Since they had arrived so soon, he could get them to help him with some matters. Meanwhile, Pace Angel disconnected the call and quickly registered Fervent Samsara's group once she received Shurfeng's answer. Roughly half an hour later, Fervent Samsara's group entered Shurfeng's office under Pace Angel's guidance. Upon entering the room, the youths following Fervent Samsara immediately scrutinized Shurfeng with curious eyes. "So, he's the rumored Lord of War Goddesses," the charming and candid-looking young woman standing next to Fervent Samsara exclaimed as she looked at Shurfeng. After they had chosen to join Zero Wing, Fervent Samsara shared the fact that Shurfeng was Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame with them, looking to have them be in awe of Zero Wing. After all, few people did not know of Black Flame's deeds in the current Greater Gods domain. Enough from all of you, especially you, Bygone. Don't disgrace the Star Soul Adventurer team's name, Fervent Samsara said, as he glared at the young woman beside him. When Fervent Samsara officially announced he would join Zero Wing, Shurfeng had shared his true identity with him. The revelation shocked him greatly, as he never thought Zero Wing's guild leader had started from nothing and didn't have any powers backing him. But it was also because of this that he grew even more confident in Zero Wing's prospects, going as far as to persuade his companions to join Zero Wing with him. "I'm sorry for the unsightly display, Guild Leader Black Flame." After glaring at the young woman named Bygone Magic, Fervent Samsara apologized to Shurfeng. Then he asked, "May I know what you have summoned us here for?" "Star Soul." Shurfeng suddenly stopped the work he had on hand and looked at Fervent Samsara's in surprise. "You all are from the Star Soul Adventurer team." Although Shurfeng had long known Fervent Samsara was extraordinary and the companions he brought would most likely be extraordinary as well, he didn't think they would be of such extraordinary origins. There were 8 legendary adventurer teams in the Greater Gods domain. These were all adventurer teams that had accomplished miraculous achievements. Meanwhile, Star Soul was one of these legendary adventurer teams, and the whole adventurer team only consisted of 20 members. Yet, despite having so few members, not only did Star Soul successfully help a holy city fend off one of the Greater Gods domain's 22 taboos, but the adventurer team had also heavily injured said taboo-level monster. When Star Soul accomplished this feat in Shurfeng's previous life, its fame instantly spread across the Greater Gods domain. However, because Star Soul's members normally kept their identities a secret, nobody had any concrete information on the adventurer team's members. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3576, Chapter 650, Zero Wing Branch Guild. Chapter 3576, Chapter 650, Zero Wing Branch Guild. Chapter 650, Zero Wing Branch Guild. "Have you heard of us before, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Fervent Samsara asked, feeling a little surprised by Shurfeng's reaction. Star Soul's name might be somewhat well known among the 12 sanctuaries, but outside of the 12 sanctuaries, only conglomerates would be aware of the adventurer team's existence. So, Fervent Samsara found it hard to believe Shurfeng would have heard of Star Soul before. "I've heard of you all in the sanctuaries," Shurfeng explained after calming his initial surprise. "I heard that every member of your adventurer team is incredibly strong and that you all can slay even Tier 6 gods." Star Soul had aided the various conglomerates in many crusades in the 12 sanctuaries during his previous life. Among them included raids of Tier 6 gods. However, after Star Soul's well-known battle against one of the 22 taboos, the adventurer team stopped accepting commissions completely, and its name gradually faded into obscurity, although many people speculated the cause of Star Soul's disappearance. Most agreed that it was likely due to the adventurer team's final battle. In the fight against the taboo-level monster, Star Soul lost more than half its members, including its commander and vice-commander. These individuals had permanently lost their qualifications to log into God's domain, and even God's domain's many resurrection methods were ineffective against them. This had most likely led to the adventurer team being incapable of continuing its activities. Even so, Star Soul remained a legend in the Greater God's domain. After all, the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos were publicly regarded by the various powers as existences that should never be provoked. Simply being able to escape from one of these 22 taboos was already an incredible feat, yet Star Soul had managed to heavily injure one of these existences. "You exaggerate, Guild Leader Black Flame. We simply got lucky while helping those conglomerates with their raid," Fervent Samsara answered. Then he repeated his question, "May I know what you need us to do for you?" Hearing Fervent Samsara's question, Sherfone got straight to the point and said, "I hope you can head to Gazing Moon City of the Starlight Realm's ancient river kingdom and establish a branch for Zero Wing there. The Eternal Realm might be crucial for the Greater God's domain's various powers, but it was still only a small part of the Greater God's domain. Currently, while it might seem like Zero Wing had become one of the Crystal City of Secret's leading powers, apart from fifth floor experts, it couldn't even come close to matching ordinary hegemonic powers in other aspects. If no changes were made, Zero Wing's advantages would instantly disappear once the various powers located the Eternal Realm. It might even have difficulty protecting its current territories. Hence, Zero Wing needed to expand its development in the Greater God's domain. It was especially so now that there wasn't much time before the world passage of his home God's domain opened. Once the world passage was fully opened, whether it was the ancient river kingdom or the surrounding kingdoms and empires, all of the powers based in these countries would invade his home God's domain and occupy the resources there. Every God's domain was the foundation of development for the world it was tied to. If a world were to lose its God's domain, all of its inhabitants would face much greater difficulty surviving in the greater world in the future. The reason for this was that the inhabitants of each world could only create a God's domain account in their own God's domain. If a world lost its God's domain, it would mean that future generations could no longer create a God's domain account easily. Not to mention, every God's domain had some unique, legendary, and inferior divine artifact rank materials. The world bosses that periodically spawned was also a stable source of fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, and, while not a reliable source, the occasional legendary quest that emerged was also an opportunity for players to obtain legendary weapons and equipment. These were all items crucial to a guild's development. Guild Leader Black Flame. It might not be difficult for Star Soul to establish a foothold in the ancient river kingdom, but I'm afraid developing a branch guild there isn't going to be easy. Bygone Magic, who was Star Soul's vice commander and the young woman standing next to Fervent Samsara, said, "Even if we have the necessary resources and offer attractive benefits to recruit members, the local powers won't just stand by and watch as we take a cut of their profits. They will try to drive us out at all costs. We simply don't have the ability to keep guild members safe out in the fields with only so few of us. While it was important for a guild to recruit new members, it was even more important for the guild to have the ability to help these new members level up. While Star Soul was strong enough to fight against hegemonic powers, it simply didn't have the necessary manpower to protect guild members grinding out in the fields from ambushes. Not to mention, Star Souls members needed to level up themselves as well. They couldn't afford to play nanny around the clock. You don't have to worry about this, Shifeng said, chuckling. Once you arrive, just focus on recruiting members. You won't have to participate in low-tier battles. All you need to do is protect the guild's residents and one particular building. In return, your GCP compensation will be 3 times higher than the Eternal Realms members. In addition, you can also exchange for items limited to only internal and core members. Shifeng was not at all worried about whether Zero Wing could develop itself in the ancient River Kingdom. His only concern was whether Zero Wing had enough combat power to protect the 100 Refinement Building. The 100 Refinement Building in his previous life was famous throughout the Starlight Realm. Not only did it generate a tremendous amount of wealth each day, but it was also a paradise for nurturing low-tiered newcomers. Because of this, many powers sought to acquire it, with some even aiming to destroy it to prevent others from obtaining it. Originally, he had planned to wait for Zero Wing's forces in the miniature ancient world to grow stronger, and for his home god's domain's world passage to fully open before opening the 100 Refinement Building to the public. At that time, with Mysterious Moon and 100 Flower Palace's strength, defending the 100 Refinement Building shouldn't be too big of a problem. But now that the Star Soul Adventurer team had come to join Zero Wing, there was no longer a need to wait. With the Adventurer team's 19 Tier 6 experts, defending the 100 Refinement Building definitely wouldn't be a problem. Items exclusive to internal and core members. Bygone Magic had her interest piqued when she heard Shifeng's words. She knew that Zero Wing's internal members had access to incredible items. Not only could they exchange for the Behemoth set, a combat-ranked secret treasure set, but they could also exchange for mana purification techniques, items which were incredibly rare even in the Eternal Realm. These items were also one of the reasons they had followed fervent Samsara to Zero Wing. Here is the exchange list. You can take a look for yourselves. Shifeng said as he shared with everyone present information on the extraordinary secret treasure sets and bronze mana purification techniques that only Zero Wing's core members could exchange. Then he smiled and continued, "If you don't have any more questions, you can head to Gazing Moon City right away. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3577, Chapter 651, Tier 6, Sword Law Saint. Chapter 3577, Chapter 651, Tier 6, Sword Law Saint. Chapter 651, Tier 6, Sword Law Saint. Zero Wing Training Center, Internal Members Lounge. The lounge was half the size of a sports stadium, and its walls were fully covered by holographic screens that vividly depicted tall mountains, flowing waterfalls, and lingering mist. There was also a restaurant, various training equipment, and many of the latest virtual gaming cabins prepared in the lounge. After leaving Shifeng's office, the members of Star Soul were led to this lounge by Pace Angel, many of them wearing shocked faces. Of course, the reason for their shock wasn't the lounge's environment, but something else entirely. What kind of origin does Zero Wing have exactly, Big Brother Samsara? Those items are simply terrifying. Bygone Magic asked fervent Samsara immediately after seeing Pace Angel leave. Following Bygone Magic's question, everyone else from Star Soul also looked at fervent Samsara. At this time, all of the contempt they previously held toward Zero Wing had vanished without a trace. After all, the items made available to Zero Wing's core members were simply too frightening. Even now, secret treasures remained incredibly precious in the Eternal Realm. According to their intelligence, the various powers elites would be fortunate to have a full set of common secret treasures at this stage of the Eternal Realm, and it was only the main force members of upper-ranking hegemonic powers who could get their hands on a couple of combat secret treasures. As for the mana purification technique, It was something completely outside the reach of most upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Only conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers could get their hands on some. The fact that Zero Wing could let their internal members exchange for combat secret treasure sets and common mana purification techniques was already highly unbelievable. Originally, when they heard about this from Fervent Samsara, their immediate reaction was to doubt him. After all, such an act of generosity was outside the capabilities of even pseudo-apex powers. It didn't make sense an upstart guild could afford such a feat, however. When they saw the item exchange list exclusive to Zero Wing's core members, they couldn't help but wonder if they were hallucinating because of jet lag. The Dragon's Fury set, an extraordinary secret treasure set. Bronze mana purification techniques. These were items that they doubted even apex powers could afford to share with their executives, let alone core members. "I don't know," Fervent Samsara said, shaking his head. Then, in a definitive tone, he continued, "But I can tell you one thing, and that is if you become an executive of Zero Wing, your future achievements should be no less than that of the various pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones." Fervent Samsara knew very clearly that be it the Dragon's Fury set or the Bronze Mana Purification techniques, neither of these things was Zero Wing's biggest trump card. Instead, the Primordial Chaos Body was the true killer. The Primordial Chaos Body was directly related to the strength of primordial gods. It was a godly relic that could change a player's divine body. It might even have something to do with the rumored superior divine body, which, according to rumors, could only be constructed with the help of a complete primordial god legacy. Meanwhile, once a player constructed their divine body, it wasn't as if they couldn't change it. So long as they were willing to pay the price, they could reconstruct their divine body. Only, under normal circumstances, nobody would be willing to do so. After all, if a player's divine body didn't undergo a qualitative transformation, it wouldn't affect their strength much. However, it would be a different story if a player could upgrade their ordinary divine body to a superior divine body, if bygone magic, and the others could become Zero Wing's executives. It was entirely possible that Surephone would allow them to experience the primordial chaos body. At that time, if they could successfully construct a superior divine body, it wouldn't be out of the question for them to match ancient gods of the same level in strength. Achievements no less than the pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones. The eyes of bygone magic, and the others lit up when they heard Fervent Samsara's words. In the first-tier mobile city they came from, the various pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones were existences that ordinary citizens like themselves could never hope to reach. After all, every pseudo-apex powers' chosen one was slated to take over the management of their respective guilds' divine artifacts and become a taboo-level existence in the future. At that time, they would be tasked with safeguarding the resources of an entire realm. They were also the reason the special-tier mobile cities' powerful families got to enjoy the status they currently enjoyed. All right, enough talking. Quickly log back into God's domain and head to Gazing Moon City, Fervent Samsara said, smiling when he saw the yearning looks on Bygone Magic and the others. The sooner you complete the guild leader's assignments, the sooner you'll become an executive of Zero Wing. Hearing this, Bygone Magic and the others promptly borrowed one of the virtual gaming cabins in the lounge and logged into God's domain. They also secretly vouched to perform well in the ancient River Kingdom and earn as many GCPs as they could. As for Fervent Samsara, he also logged back into God's domain to prepare for his eventual experience of the primordial chaos body. He did not wish to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, after Surephone rested for 6 hours, he returned to his room and logged into God's domain once more. Crystal City of Secrets, Zero Wing's residence, underground secret room. When Surephone came back online, he could feel a tremendous change in his surroundings. However, he quickly realized that it wasn't his surroundings that had changed. Instead, It was the sensitivity of his five senses being amplified dozens of times. Meanwhile, following this change, he no longer felt like an insignificant ant when he perceived the world around him. Instead, he felt as if he had become equal with the world. Is this the effect of a superior divine body with two advanced laws merged? Shi Feng was greatly shocked when he sensed the rich mana radiating from his body. Its density and purity were already on par with the mana of 7 luminaries crystals. Although he had previously gotten to experience a complete superior divine body with the primordial dragon's help, those experiences only lasted for a brief moment. Not to mention, the density of his current mana was not only superior to any of the 10 simulated superior divine bodies, but the strength of his mana was also slightly superior to that of ancient gods. However, after Shi Feng looked at the bonuses he received from his Tier 6 promotion, the improvement to his mana suddenly felt inconsequential. System, congratulations! You have become a Tier 6 Sword Law Saint, Sword God. All basic attributes plus 12,000. All resistances plus 1,000. Mana recovery rate increased by 500%. Mana strength increased by 200%. Concentration increased by 200%. Stamina recovery speed increased by 100%. HP recovery speed increased by 100%. Concentration recovery speed increased by 100%. All physical, magical, and mental attacks received that are below the Tier 6 peak standard will be weakened by 60%. All basic attributes increased by 270%, and reaction speed improved by 200%, rewarding 500 legacy skill points. System, the God of Time's curse has been weakened. There will no longer be an experience gain penalty. The curse will only double the gravity you experience now. System, congratulations! You have completed the 3rd phase of the legendary Quest 100 Refinement Mana Body. You have obtained the qualifications to be the 100 Refinement Buildings owner, and all of the 100 Refinement Buildings functions will now become available to you, rewarding 100 free legacy skill points. With my current strength, even soloing a level 170 god shouldn't be a problem, Shi Feng thought when he finished reading the system notifications. Even though he wasn't fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment right now, he was confident he could suppress a Tier 6 god of the same level. Moreover, it would be without the use of law projection. Meanwhile, after looking at his attributes, Shi Feng turned his sights to the Tier 6 legacy skills he could learn. Tier 6 skills and spells were of utmost importance to Tier 6 players. Every additional Tier 6 skill or spell players learned would increase their overall strength by a large margin. Meanwhile, the stronger a player's class in God's domain, the stronger the legacy skills and spells they could learn at each tier. Previously, Shi Feng already found it astonishing that he was allowed to learn a Tier 5 super spell when he got promoted to a Tier 5 Sword Law Saint. However, when he saw what he could learn at Tier 6, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3578, Chapter 652, 10 Tier 6 players. Chapter 3578, Chapter 652, 10 Tier 6 players. Chapter 652, 10 Tier 6 players, 3 super spells. It seems I will have to make some time to earn legacy skill points. When Shi Feng saw the 3 Tier 6 super legacy spells he could learn, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Sword Law World requires Sword Tier 6 Super Legacy spell. Create chains of law using world power to weaken all enemies within a 30,000-yard radius by 30%. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 30 minutes learning condition, 300 legacy skill points. Divine Shadow requires Sword Tier 6 Super Legacy spell. Allows the caster to transform into 100 Judgment Swords. Each Judgment Sword will carry 200% of the caster's attack speed and 300% of the caster's strength. Cooldown, 3 minutes learning condition. 300 legacy skill points. Divine Aurora requires sword tier 6 super legacy spell, super large destruction spell. Exert the law break effect once on a 500 by 30,000 yard area. Cooldown. 1 natural day learning condition. 300 legacy skill points. Every one of these 3 super legacy spells was incredibly terrifying. Moreover, unlike other Tier 6 super spells, these 3 Tier 6 super legacy spells did not have any limitations. Indeed, none of them had any strength limitations. Normally, Tier 6 super spells would have a strength limit clearly defined in their descriptions. No matter how strong a player was, they could never exceed this set limit. However, the Sword Law Saint's super legacy spells did not have such limits defined. Take Sword Law World, for example. Its description simply stated that it could weaken all enemies within range by 30%. In other words, the super spell could take effect against even ancient gods, and affected ancient gods would be weakened in all aspects by 30%. The super spell's effects would not diminish simply because of an ancient god's extraordinary strength. As for Divine Shadow, each of the judgment swords it created would possess 200% of the user's attack speed. In a sense, the super spell provided a 100% increase in attack speed, which was an incredibly rare and powerful effect. With Shurfeng's attack speed, the judgment swords he created would be so fast that not even Tier 6 gods of the same level could keep up with them. On top of that, each judgment sword would carry 300% of his strength, and it was a modifier without any upper limits. If he were to fight the Nameless City's Gorgon Queen again, he did not doubt he could heavily injure the primordial godkin with a single use of Divine Shadow. As for Divine Aurora, it was similarly an astonishing super spell. Although it had a short and simple description, any player who had a good understanding of God's domain would know that the world of God's domain was composed of many world laws that prevented it from being destroyed easily. If he were to use Divine Aurora against a player, getting injured would be the least of said player's worries. If the other party failed to defend themselves adequately, they might cease to exist in God's domain permanently. Not to mention, Divine Aurora's range could practically cover an entire map. So long as he cast the spell, there would be no escape for his enemies. Long story short, each of the 3 super spells had their respective strengths. If he could learn all 3, he would become a natural disaster for his enemies. Unfortunately, he currently only had a little over 700 legacy skill points, so he could only afford to learn 2 of the 3 Tier 6 super spells. After hesitating for some time, Shurfeng ultimately chose to learn Sword Law World and Divine Shadow, leaving Divine Aurora for the future. Sword Law World and Divine Shadow were incredibly useful in battles of all scales. They also complemented each other well. If he had access to both, they should be enough to let him deal with most situations. Shortly after Shurfeng finished learning the 2 super spells, multiple mana pillars suddenly appeared in the secret room, one after another. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 mana pillars appeared in the secret room, their presence illuminating the room brightly. 9 of them succeeded. Shurfeng couldn't help but be a little surprised to see 9 mana pillars emerging so soon. It should be known that most players would need at least 2 or 3 days to construct their divine bodies. The only reason he managed to complete his divine body so quickly was due to the primordial dragon legacy crystal's legacy guidances. Logically, even if he had left God's domain for 12 hours to rest after completing his divine body, it should still be some time before gentle snow, and the others could complete their divine bodies. Not to mention, the construction of a divine body was a challenge where even 5th floor experts weren't guaranteed success. Although Gentle Snow and the others had the medium world fragments assistance, their chances of success still shouldn't be very high. Originally, Shurfeng thought that he would be fortunate if he could bring 3 or 4 Tier 6 players with him to the World Arkansas. Yet, contrary to his expectations, 9 people had succeeded in their Tier 6 promotion. Tier 6? I am finally at Tier 6. Hidden Soul exclaimed, an unprecedented excitement coloring her face as she sensed the frightening mana she radiated. When she was still active in their home god's domain, she had never managed to get past Tier 5. Even when her combat standards had already exceeded the average Tier 6 expert, she still never managed to get promoted to Tier 6. But now, she finally did it. So, this is what being at Tier 6 feels like. Standing nearby, Gentle Snow also couldn't help but analyze her divine body in wonder. When she tried punching and kicking at empty air, her every movement caused the large Grandmaster magic barrier protecting the secret room to tremble. Her current strength was vastly superior to her strength at Tier 5. Meanwhile, unlike Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, Crimson Heart did not show much of a reaction after completing her promotion to Tier 6. Instead, she kept her eyes shut and quietly sensed the changes to herself and her surrounding environment. But when she eventually opened her eyes, a powerful divine might immediately spread from her body and nearly shattered the secret room's magic barrier. Interesting. So, this is what having God-ranked mana feels like. Crimson Heart curled her lips upward when she looked at the trembling magic barrier. At this time, Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Crimson Heart weren't the only ones immersed in joy and surprise. Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, Fire Dance, June Luosha, Cleansed Rue, and Rampant Blade were also happily familiarizing themselves with their new bodies. Meanwhile, as none of these 9 individuals did anything to suppress their divine might, it felt as if 9 Tier 6 gods currently stood in the secret room. Moreover, as each of them radiated mana denser than even that of Tier 6 gods, the mana in the secret room instantly reached a solid state. If not for the Grandmaster magic barrier protecting the others in the room, this mana would have definitely suffocated them. While Gentle Snow and the others were busy researching their newfound strength, Sure Fong suddenly received a call from someone he hadn't heard from in quite a while. "Long time no see, Miss Fry. What made you remember me all of a sudden? Do you have some good news for me?" Sure Fong joked when he saw Frey's smiling face through the screen. "As a matter of fact, I do," Frey said, nodding with a smile. "I wish to procure your help with something Guild Leader Black Flame. Might you be interested? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3579, Chapter 653, World Arc, Chapter 3579, Chapter 653, World Arc, Chapter 653. World Arc, help you? With what? Sure Fong curiously asked as he looked at Fry. He was more or less aware of Frey's current circumstances. Due to her accomplishments in the Courtyard of Space, Frey's influence in the Red Dragon Nation had increased substantially. As a result, she was now tasked with managing 3 NPC cities and 1 NPC fortress occupied by the pseudo-apex power, and the forces under her were achieving rapid development every day. Hence, he found it hard to imagine Fry would need any sort of assistance from him. The 7 Luminaries Alliance has recently invited the Eternal Realm's various pseudo-apex powers for a meeting in the World Arc's inner area. The invitation mentions a joint coalition to deal with the Holy Race's invasion, Fry leisurely explained. As for the World Arc's importance, I'm sure you are already aware of it, right? It is crucial to both the human race and the Holy Race. An invitation to the World Arc's inner area. Sure Fong had his interest piqued. The 7 Luminaries Alliance might be an apex power, but it would rarely interfere with other powers' affairs. Most of the time, it would take a neutral stance in the greater god's domain, and the only times it would call for collaboration with other powers were usually for major events. Of course, even when such rare events occurred, not just anyone could participate in them. Without an official invitation from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, anyone who tried to get a cut of the action should be prepared to face severe consequences. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that doing so would be no different than making an enemy out of the Seven Luminaries Alliance. It is likely to have something to do with the inner area's resurrection camps that will soon activate, Fry added. Then she got straight to the point, saying, "Those invited have invited many other powers to attend the meeting with them, and I am no exception. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Think you can spare some time for me? If you are interested in the World Ark's resurrection camps, then you shouldn't miss this opportunity. If your forces and mine work together, we can likely secure ourselves a spot in the inner area. Since you have already said so, I naturally can't miss it, Miss Fry," Shifeng said, accepting Frey's offer without hesitation. Competition over the World Ark had been extremely intense during his previous life. It was especially so for the competition over the inner area's resurrection camps. Those were places where only pseudo-apex powers and above could step into. Although he was confident he could secure a resurrection camp for Zero Wing, it would only be limited to the World Ark's outer area. With Zero Wing's current capabilities, the inner area's resurrection camps were completely out of the question. After all, Fry had already mentioned that the Seven Luminaries Alliance was spearheading the campaign for the inner area's resurrection camps. Uninvited powers that dared to poke their noses where they didn't belong, retribution would swiftly come for them. In fact, the Seven Luminaries Alliance wouldn't even need to make a move. It simply needed to do nothing, and the Holy Race would gladly deal with the interlopers on its behalf. It should be known that the Holy Race's various powers had only revealed a small portion of their true strength thus far. Meanwhile, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was a big reason the various human powers could trade blows and survive against the Holy Race in his previous life. Without the Seven Luminaries Alliance holding back several of the Holy Race's strongest powers, the various human powers would have long been annihilated. Now that Fry was inviting him to join the Seven Luminaries Alliance's campaign, Shifeng naturally couldn't miss it. "Great. We'll meet outside the World Ark's Horizon mountain range," Fry said, nodding before disconnecting her call with Shifeng. Meanwhile, after seeing Fry finishing her call, Unrestrained Lionheart, the Grand Wizard standing beside Fry, worriedly said, "The competition this time isn't going to be simple, Vice Guild Leader. Zero Wing might have secured itself a place in the Crystal City of Secrets, but I heard it provoked that person from the Skylight Association. If we come across the Skylight Association at the World Ark, the other party will definitely cause trouble for us." The Skylight Association's rise in the Eternal Realm was extraordinary, so much so that it had been invited to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's meeting this time. This proved that the Seven Luminaries Alliance recognized the Skylight Association to be at the level of a pseudo-apex power. While the Red Dragon Nation might be a pseudo-apex power as well, Fry could only mobilize a portion of the guild's forces this time. Compared to the forces the Skylight Association had mobilized to the World Ark thus far, her forces were much more inferior. "I know." Looking at Unrestrained Lionheart, Fry faintly smiled and said, "I invited Zero Wing precisely because it has offended the Skylight Association. You did it on purpose." Unrestrained Lionheart was confused. "You should know of the intense competition in the guild, right? If I want to compete for the top 3 Vice Guild Leader positions, I must have sufficiently strong allies," Fry explained. "Although Zero Wing is still not strong enough, it has incredible potential. It is especially so now that Black Flame can command so many Tier 5 War Goddesses. If he can progress further, he might even rival the various pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones. It will benefit me greatly if I can receive Zero Wing's and Black Flame support at that time. Also, while Black Flame might have provoked the Skylight Association, Does that make the Red Dragon Nation a pushover? Upon hearing Frey's reasoning, unrestrained Lionheart more or less understood her decisions. Zero Wing's overall strength might be inferior to even upper-ranking hegemonic powers right now, but the guild had a high-end combatant like Black Flame. Even alone, Black Flame's strength could greatly help them in raiding world mode regional dungeons and world bosses. Now that Zero Wing was in danger, it was the perfect time for them to get the guild to owe them a favor. As for the matter with the Skylight Association, it wasn't a big problem at all. After all, the Red Dragon Nation was also a pseudo-apex power. The Skylight Association wouldn't dare to recklessly provoke or go to war with it. World Arc, Outer Area, Horizon Mountain Range. The Horizon Mountain Range was a majestic mountain range extending across the world Arkansas. It was shrouded in a layer of thunderclouds, and countless lightning bolts bombarded it like rain. Each of these lightning bolts carried power at the Tier 6 standard and could heavily injure Tier 5 legendary monsters. The thunder they generated also echoed across dozens of kilometers, intimidating the nearby legendary monsters from getting close to the mountain range. At this time, though, hundreds of thousands of players were gathered at the mountain range's entrance. Each of these players was at level 170 and above, and many of them were equipped with fragmented legendary items and a mix of common and combat secret treasures. Even if these players were placed in the Crystal City of Secrets, their equipment standard would be considered top-notch. The Seven Luminaries Alliance is going as far as to mobilize a complete luminous battle array. The Holy Race is going to suffer this time. I know, right? The full luminous battle array can let 500 Tier 5 experts gain Tier 6 strength, who can possibly stop a force of 500 Tier 6 players. Several of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers have also appeared this time, and the forces they mobilized are similarly astonishing. Each of them has mobilized more than 10,000 members, and although they don't have something as powerful as the Luminous Battle Array, they still have 100-man battle arrays to let their members achieve near Tier 6 standards. They're way stronger than the other pseudo-apex powers. When the members of the invited powers saw the 500 figures guarding the Horizon Mountain Range's entrance, they couldn't help but be awed by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's strength. It's nearly time. Why isn't Zero Wing here yet? Go and take a look for me. Lionheart, Frey said, frowning. I've already contacted the members at the World Arc's entrance. They say they haven't seen any Zero Wing members thus far. Unrestrained Lionheart said, shaking his head helplessly. As Frey and unrestrained Lionheart stood anxiously outside the Horizon Mountain Range, dozens of flying mounts appeared in the distant sky. The crowd gasped in amazement as the flying mounts drew closer, revealing 1,000 players equipped with standardized fragmented legendary equipment sets. The players' equipment linked with each other to form a battle array, and the combined aura they exuded made it feel like a legion of 1,000 Tier 6 experts had just arrived. The sheer presence of these players was so overwhelming that many players down below started to suffocate. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3580, Chapter 654, Tier 6, Chapter 3580, Chapter 654, Tier 6, Chapter 654, Tier 6. It's the Templar Legion. It's the Skylight Association's Templar Legion. So, this is Skylight's Templar Legion? Incredible! I didn't think Skylight's main force would be comparable to the 9 great pseudo-apex powers already. When the crowd in front of the Horizon Mountain Range's entrance saw the approaching Skylight Association members, they experienced a mix of shock and awe. It was especially so for the powers that never had any dealings with the Skylight Association before today. For the gathered powers, a force of several dozen extraordinary flying mounts, and above wasn't anything significant. Even a collection of 1,000 fragmented equipment sets was something the various pseudo-apex powers present could easily take out. But it was a different story for fragmented, legendary equipment sets that came with battle arrays. Even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers could not take out 1,000 such sets in the Eternal Realm. Of course, everyone could also tell that the fragmented legendary equipment sets worn by the Skylight Association members could not create 500-man large bronze battle arrays. Instead, these sets could only form 100-man medium bronze battle arrays that could only let Tier 5 players gain near Tier 6 combat power. Nonetheless, it was still a very frightening collection of equipment in the Eternal Realm. Shortly afterward, the Skylight Association's flying mounts descended in front of the mountain range's entrance under everyone's gaze, and its members quickly gathered on the ground in organized ranks. Their movements resembled well-trained soldiers, and it didn't look like they were members of an upstart guild. Meanwhile, after the Skylight Association's members put away their flying mounts, the organized legion separated into 2, opening a path for 3 individuals. Of the 3 individuals, walking in the lead was 19th Sword, while following behind him were a man and a woman. Upon seeing these 3 individuals, everyone present fell silent for a moment. Heavy Shield Titan, Mjolnir Milia. Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw the 2 individuals walking behind 19th Sword. So Skylight managed to recruit these 2 as well. No wonder the capital's pseudo-apex powers are wary of provoking it. When Fry saw 19th Sword's group of 3, a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. As one of the greater gods' domain's current 10 great sword gods, 19th Sword's strength need not be said. As for Heavy Shield Titan and Mjolnir Milia, while they weren't as strong as 19th Sword, they were still veteran Divine Glory experts. Titan, in particular, was an expert who had mastered 2 gold combat techniques already, and he was only some ways away from entering the ranks of the 10 great Guardian Knights. Similar to 19th Sword, both Titan and Milia used to be solo players. Even though the various pseudo-apex powers had made many lucrative offers to them, none had managed to catch their attention. So, seeing them operating under the Skylight Association now was very surprising. Meanwhile, with 19th Sword, Titan, and Milia operating together, even the Red Dragon Nation must be wary of them. Not to mention, they also had the Skylight Association's Templar Legion backing them. Among the gathered forces, the overall strength of the Skylight Association's forces should only be second to the 7 Luminaries Alliance. How interesting. It seems Skylight is rather serious about the resurrection camps this time. Amidst the crowd, an imposing middle-aged man clad in dark gray armor and carrying a blood-red axe revealed a look of intrigue as he scrutinized the Skylight Association's forces. Then, he looked toward the 2-meter-tall female blood elf standing next to him and smiled wickedly, saying, "I heard you are rather close with Zero Wings guild leader, Orbeth. 19th Sword has already stated he is going to deal with Zero Wing. Are you sure you're not going to join my side? With my help, ensuring Zero Wing a place in the world arc shouldn't be a problem." The middle-aged man's words were calm and arrogant. However, none of the surrounding experts refuted or ridiculed him. On the contrary, everyone did their best to avoid looking at the middle-aged man, afraid they would catch his attention. Indeed, the appearance of 19th Sword's group of 3 was astonishing, but the middle-aged man was no ordinary expert either. Garrett the Blood Emperor, in addition to being one of Azure Fong's 2 great vice guild leaders, he was also crowned as one of the 10 great Berserker gods this year. In terms of combat standards, he was not at all inferior to 19th Sword and Titan. Furthermore, Garrett had behind him several hundred experts equipped with fragmented legendary equipment sets that could form 100-man bronze battle arrays. While his team's overall strength might be inferior to the Skylight Association. The difference wasn't significant. Not to mention, Azure Fong was a pseudo-apex power with a long history. Its foundations vastly surpassed that of the Skylight Association. So, nobody knew what other cards the Blood Emperor had up his sleeve. If Garrett were to pick a fight with 19th Swords Group, there was no saying who would emerge victorious. You can keep your kind intentions to yourself. I am only here to fulfill my agreement with the guild leader, Orbeth said as she glanced at 19th Swords Group. Then she closed her eyes and continued. Also, Guild Leader Black Flame doesn't need my help. He doesn't need your help? Garrett couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Orbeth's words. The name of Black Flame rang loudly in his ears. It was especially so after Black Flame had defeated Sleeping Spark, the Star Dynasty's strongest chosen one, becoming one of the Sacred Glory List's top powerhouses. In the future, there was no doubt Black Flame could enter the ranks of the Divine Glory List. However, Black Flame's strength was one thing, while Zero Wing's clash with the Skylight Association was another thing altogether. Simply a comparison in numbers would put Zero Wing far behind the Skylight Association, let alone a comparison in overall strength. Even if Black Flame was strong enough to match 19th Sword, the Skylight Association still had Titan and Milia. If those two were left unchecked, they could deal devastating damage to Zero Wing's forces. And even if Orbeth decided to intervene, the best she could do was distract those two for some time. So, Garrett found it hard to imagine what could possibly allow Zero Wing to not fear the Skylight Association. However, Orbeth did not bother to explain herself. She simply rested her eyes while waiting for time to pass. Not saying, huh? Garrett did not get angry at Orbeth's behavior. Instead, he calmly smiled and said, "Have it your way, then." The guild leader is planning to rectify the Crystal City's situation after the expedition, this time anyway. When that time comes, I'll have plenty of time to learn about Zero Wing. While Garrett and the various pseudo-Apex Powers executives were waiting for the Seven Luminaries Alliance to initiate the meeting, a dragon that was over 100 meters in length flew over from the distant sky, its appearance immediately attracting everyone's attention. A Tier 5 dragon? Why would a Tier 5 dragon appear in this place? Wait, there are people riding on that dragon. When everyone got a closer look at the approaching Frost Flame dragon, they couldn't help but be astonished. Dragons were incredibly rare in the Greater God's Domain. Meanwhile, as one of God's Domain's apex races, dragons possessed immense strength. It was especially so once they reached Tier 5 and above. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 5 dragon could already rival Tier 6 divine monsters, requiring many Tier 6 experts working together to slay it. Even for the various pseudo-apex powers present, they would need to mobilize at least a 100-man team with a medium bronze battle array to stand a chance against a Tier 5 dragon. Yet, now, someone was using a Tier 5 dragon as a mount. How could they not be surprised by this situation? Meanwhile, the Frost Flame dragon whipped up a storm under everyone's gaze as it descended in front of the Horizon Mountain range. Then, when the players riding atop the Frost Flame dragon hopped onto the ground, the players gathered in front of the mountain range were stunned once more. Tier 6. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3581, Chapter 655, Apex War, Chapter 3581, Chapter 655, Apex War, Chapter 655, Apex War. Am I dreaming? 10-tier SIXS? I've never seen this six-winged guild emblem before. Which guild are these players from? 10-tier SIXS. I doubt even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers can take out so many. 100 experts had jumped off the Frost Flame dragon's back, of which 10 radiated divine might. When everyone felt the divine might of these 10 players, they couldn't help but fall into a daze. It was very easy to distinguish Tier 6 players from Tier 5 players, so long as they weren't trying to hide the fact that they were at Tier 6. It was especially so if they did not restrict their divine might. Any player below Tier 6 would experience immense mental suppression when standing in the presence of a Tier 6 player's divine might. Even if a Tier 5 player's concentration had reached the Tier 6 standard, they would still feel strong oppression, and they must divert some of their attention into resisting it. Guild Leader Black Flame? Shock-colored Frey's beautiful eyes as she watched Sherfone put the Tier 5 Frostflame dragon away. As for unrestrained Lionheart, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he looked at Zero Wings members. Tier 6 was currently the primary goal of the Eternal Realm's various powers. However, achieving it wasn't easy, as the Tier 6 promotion required a significant amount of 7 Luminaries crystal and had an unreliable success rate. Before the various powers could ensure a higher promotion success rate, they wouldn't dare let their experts challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Otherwise, they would risk throwing away the precious advantages they had built up through their head start in the Eternal Realm. Moreover, even if the various powers had some experts capable of reliably completing their Tier 6 promotion, the best they could hope for was a few players successfully getting promoted to Tier 6 in the near future. A force of 10 Tier 6 players was something not even the Red Dragon Nation would dare think of having in the near future, let alone now. It should be known that there was a qualitative difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. Even though the various pseudo-Apex powers present had experts equipped with fragmented Legendary Battle Array equipment sets, these experts could only achieve near Tier 6 combat power. In a situation where the difference in combat standards wasn't significant, a Tier 6 player could easily go up against dozens of Tier 5 players in a battle array. Only with the help of a large bronze battle array would it be possible for several Tier 5 players to distract a Tier 6 player. Moreover, this was under the assumption that the Tier 6 player in question was only equipped with fragmented legendary items. If the Tier 6 player was equipped with a legendary weapon, it would take dozens if not 100 Tier 5 experts to resist them, even with the help of a large bronze battle array. Currently, if Zero Wing's 10 Tier 6 experts work together, after factoring in Shurfeng's extraordinary capabilities, they could probably match even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's complete 500-man luminous battle array. While Fry and everyone else were immersed in shock, 19th Sword couldn't help but frown as he gazed at Shurfeng's group. I'm afraid we're going to have difficulty dealing with Zero Wing. Elder Sword, Titan, carrying a thorny shield on his back, whispered to 19th Sword as he watched Fry approach Shurfeng's group. If they were outside the Eternal Realm, a force of 10 Tier 6 players would be trivial. After all, even ordinary hegemonic powers would have dozens of Tier 6 players, let alone pseudo-Apex powers. But in the current Eternal Realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tier 6 players were one-man legions. Even as a Divine Glory expert who had mastered 2 gold combat techniques, Titan could, at most, go up against 1 or 2 Tier 6 players equipped with only fragmented legendary items. If the other party was equipped with a legendary weapon, and at the 5th floor standard, the best he could hope to accomplish was to distract one of them. If all 10 of Zero Wing's Tier 6 experts were to fight together, the Skylight Association's chances of victory would be slim. That wasn't to say the Skylight Association was made up of unskilled players. It was just that the difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players was just that big. Otherwise, the Greater God's Domain's various powers wouldn't determine a guild's strength based on the number of Tier 6 experts it had. I know. Our current priority is to occupy a resurrection camp. Everything else comes later, 19th Sword said, as he took a long look at Shurfone. Then, he turned away and stopped paying attention to Zero Wing's team. The resurrection camps of the World Ark's inner area were vital for the Skylight Association to enter Holy Ring City. Therefore, before securing a resurrection camp, he had never intended to do anything else. Meanwhile, over at Azure Fong's team, Garrett looked astonished as he scrutinized Zero Wing's team. It seems I have really underestimated Zero Wing. No wonder it dares to go against Skylight, Garrett commented with a smile. It's a pity that even Tier 6 players would have limited effect on the upcoming battle. Otherwise, I would have really liked to partner with them. Hearing Garrett's comment, Orbeth, Azure Fong's Saintess, remained quiet, though a hint of astonishment still flashed in her eyes when she took a glance at Shurfong. Shortly after Zero Wing's team arrived, an elderly Grand Wizard emerged from the World Ark's inner area and stood before the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces. The Grand Wizard looked considerably old, having white hair and a white beard. Even the aura he gave off felt decrepit. Apologies for the long wait. I am Grey Eagle, an elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. After surveying the crowd gathered in front of the mountain range, the old man spoke in a voice that resonated across the skies. As some of you may have guessed, apart from the matter regarding the inner area's resurrection camps, another reason the 7 Luminaries Alliance has invited you all here today is to discuss forming a joint resistance against the Holy Race's various powers. When Grey Eagle started to speak, the various powers' representatives promptly perked up their ears, wondering what kind of plan the 7 Luminaries Alliance was concocting this time. The Holy Race is incredibly strong. I am sure those of you who have fought in the World Ark should know this by now, Grey Eagle continued when he saw that everyone was paying attention. According to our investigations, the Holy Race has 10 royal powers, and each is as strong, if not stronger than our apex powers. Previously, as you have only been competing in the outer area, none of the Holy Race's royal powers have bothered to intervene, but the activation of the inner area's resurrection camps has garnered the attention of one of them. Before Grey Eagle even finished speaking, the various powers members were already in shock. It was especially so for those who had experienced clashing with the Holy Race in the World Ark's outer area. Each royal power is as strong as our apex powers, and there are 10 of them. Is this going to be an apex war? Fry and the other pseudo-apex powers representatives had difficulty digesting the information Grey Eagle shared. Although they had long known the Holy Race was powerful, they didn't think it was this strong. It should be known that their greater god's domain only had several apex powers. Yet, the Holy Race had 10 apex power equivalents. Moreover, one of these apex power equivalents would even be participating in the battle over the World Ark this time. An apex war. This was a taboo in the greater god's domain, and it was a battle that non-apex powers should never think of interfering in. The last time an apex war occurred, countless powers faced permanent elimination, and among them was a pseudo-apex power and 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. If the battle over the World Ark's resurrection camps turned into an apex war, how were they supposed to compete? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3582, Chapter 656, 7 Luminaries Alliance's Foundation. Chapter 3582, Chapter 656, 7 Luminaries Alliance's Foundation. Chapter 656, 7 Luminaries Alliance's Foundation. World Ark, Horizon Mountain Range. Following Grey Eagle's words, the hundreds of thousands of experts gathered before the mountain range fell silent. Even Shurfong couldn't help but be surprised by the old man's revelation. Even a royal power has gotten involved. Shurfong experienced a mild headache as he tried to digest Grey Eagle's words. Currently, the various human powers still knew very little about the Holy Race's might, and even the 7 Luminaries Alliance was no exception. The 7 Luminaries Alliance might have uncovered the existence of the Holy Race's royal powers, but it still didn't understand the true extent of these royal powers' strength. When the war between the two races officially began in his previous life, the strength the holy race's royal powers exhibited could easily be described as horrifying, with even the weakest royal power being able to rival the Seven Luminaries Alliance. It should be known that the Seven Luminaries Alliance was the greater god's domain's oldest apex power. It was so strong that even Demon's Gate, an organization made up of a bunch of lunatics, only dared to pick small and inconsequential fights with it. Never would it dare to escalate any confrontations to the level of realm wars. Yet, despite being so powerful, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was only roughly equal with the Holy Race's weakest royal powers. Honestly, the only reason humans had managed to trade blows with and survive against the Holy Race in his previous life was that only 4 royal powers had participated in the invasion. Had 1 or 2 more royal powers involved themselves with the war, not only would humans lose complete control over the Eternal Realm, but even a portion of the 12 sanctuaries would have been taken over. So, the fact that one of the Holy Race's royal powers had decided to get involved with the competition over the world arc definitely wasn't good news for the various human powers. There is no need to despair, Grey Eagle continued as he looked at the depressed crowd. The reason the Seven Luminaries Alliance has invited everyone here today is to help you secure a resurrection camp and establish yourselves in the world Arkansas. What do you need us to do? Elder Grey Eagle, an assassin, the representative of Flaming Bee, asked. Upon hearing Flaming Bee's representative's question, everyone else perked up their ears, wondering what they had to do to secure themselves a place in the World Ark's inner area. Normally, a war between apex powers was one that even pseudo-apex powers couldn't hope to involve themselves with. It wasn't because they didn't have as many experts as apex powers. Instead, it was because of the qualitative difference between their apex combatants. So long as they didn't have a way to bridge this gap, trying to defend a resurrection camp from an apex power would be nothing but a pipe dream. After taking a moment to scan the crowd, Grey Eagle faintly smiled and said, "The Seven Luminaries Alliance has been active in the World Ark's inner area for quite some time already. As soon as the resurrection camps were activated, we immediately occupied 6 camps that were closest to the Holy Race's side. Our presence there will largely prevent the Holy Race's powers from invading our side." Everyone immediately grew excited when they heard Grey Eagle's words. The World Ark had multiple entrances. A portion of these entrances were on the human race's side, while a portion was on the Holy Race's side. Moreover, these entrances led to distinctly different sections of the World Ark, and it was the same as the inner area. If the Seven Luminaries Alliance was willing to position itself at the forefront of the human side, the Holy Race would have much greater difficulty interfering with the human race's resurrection camps. After all, even if the Holy Race chose to sneak past the Seven Luminaries Alliance's defensive line and attack the resurrection camps behind it, the greater distance their resurrected forces would have to travel would make it a lot easier for the various human powers to defend their resurrection camps. But the Holy Race won't let us get away with occupying those 6 resurrection camps easily, so we hope that all of you here can help us defend those 6 camps first, Grey Eagle said. So long as we can thoroughly secure our hold over those 6 camps, we will leave the rear line resurrection camps to you. As for how many camps each of you can occupy, it will depend on your own capabilities. If nobody has any questions, you may follow me to our camps. Following Grey Eagle's words, everyone fell silent, all wondering if they should go along with the Seven Luminaries Alliance's arrangement. Azure Fong is fine with this arrangement, but what if other apex powers try to snatch our resurrection camps? Garrett asked. Everyone can rest assured on this matter. Any power not participating in the defense this time will have no right to compete for the rear line resurrection camps. Even other apex powers are not an exception, Grey Eagle said, smiling. If any power dares to defy this rule, the Seven Luminaries Alliance will personally act to eliminate them. Although Grey Eagle spoke in a calm tone, his voice exuded confidence and resolution, allowing everyone present to understand that no human power would dare to break the rules. Meanwhile, after obtaining the 7 Luminaries Alliance's assurance, the various powers present promptly agreed with the Alliance's proposal and followed Grey Eagle into the Horizon Mountain Range. Immediately, over 10,000 of flying mounts flew toward the 6 frontmost resurrection camps on the human side of the World Ark's inner area. World Ark, Dead Zone Forest. The World Ark was a level 170 to level 200 World Mode regional dungeon. It covered a massive area, and it was separated into many map zones of varying levels. Among them, the Dead Zone Forest was a level 180 to level 190 map situated in the World Ark's inner area. Even though Shurfeng's team rode on the Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon, many level 180-plus legendary rank soul monsters in the Dead Zone Forest still chased after them. All of the Dead Zone Forest's soul monsters were made up of death energy and couldn't be damaged by normal physical attacks. If players wished to harm these monsters, they would need to expend a large amount of mana to wear down these monsters' death energy first. Only then could their physical attacks start to deal damage. If players were to clash with the Dead Zone Forest monsters, they would need to end the fight as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they might deplete their mana and lose their ability to damage the monsters. Once that happened, it would only be a matter of time before they exhaust their stamina and concentration and die. Fortunately, the Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon had no trouble shaking off the pursuing soul monsters with its speed, and Shurfeng's team safely arrived at a small basin lined with countless tombstones. This basin was one of the resurrection camps that had recently been activated in the World Ark's inner area. When Shurfeng and the others arrived at the basin, they saw multiple Grandmaster magic arrays covering it, each maintained by 1,000 players. Meanwhile, inside the basin, not only were there tens of thousands of players, but there were also hundreds of magic elven cannons set up. Each of these magic elven cannons could exhibit power at the Tier 6 standard, and they had a firing range of 5,000 yards and a blast radius of 500 yards. In addition, there were also hundreds of dark gold combat puppets stationed across the basin's perimeter. Each combat puppet was 20 meters tall and possessed strength rivaling Tier 6 berserkers. They also possessed defense that made them nigh impervious to damage from weapons under the legendary rank. The defenses here are already on par with that of holy cities. Fry couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the resurrection camp's defensive measures. However, the shock Fry and everyone else experienced was quickly replaced when they entered the resurrection camp and got a closer look at the players inside. Of the many 7 Luminaries Alliance members stationed in the resurrection camp, more than 20 were bona fide Tier 6 players. There were also 200 Tier 5 players radiating auras on par with Tier 6 players, and they were even equipped with fragmented legendary equipment sets that could form an incomparably rare 100-man advanced bronze battle array. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3583, Chapter 657, God Hunter, Chapter 3583, Chapter 657, God Hunter Chapter 657. God Hunter, is that the rumored Sacred Glory battle array? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but be awed as he looked at the 200 Tier 5 players radiating auras on par with Tier 6 players. No wonder so few powers can survive after getting dragged into an apex war. The 7 Luminaries Alliance had 3 mighty battle arrays in its possession, of which the one with the greatest renown was the 500-man Luminous Battle Array. When used at full capacity, the Luminous Battle Array could strengthen Tier 5 players to a point where they could match Tier 6 players. In other words, the complete Luminous Battle Array could be used to create a force of 500 Tier 6 players. However, While the Luminous Battle Array might be the most famous of the 3 battle arrays, it wasn't the strongest. Instead, the Sacred Glory Battle Array, an advanced bronze battle array, ranked above it. Although the Sacred Glory Battle Array was only a medium battle array and could only accommodate up to 100 players, it could let each Tier 5 player in the battle array to create a powerful law projection superior to that of the average Tier 6 player. Besides that, the battle array also gave players a tremendous boost in basic attributes, putting them on par with Tier 6 players fully equipped with fragmented legendary equipment and one piece of legendary equipment. With the help of the Sacred Glory Battle Array, a Tier 5 player could overwhelm an ordinary Tier 6 player in battle. Moreover, unlike the Luminous Battle Array, the Sacred Glory Battle Array's effects weren't limited to Tier 5. Tier 6 players could also benefit from the Sacred Glory Battle Array, albeit much less than Tier 5 players. According to rumors, if 100 Tier 6 players activated the Sacred Glory Battle Array, each would gain a 10% increase in physique and basic attributes. And although Tier 6 players wouldn't even get to share their senses, these bonuses were still significant improvements for Tier 6 players nonetheless. Currently, although the Sacred Glory Battle Array wasn't being used by Tier 6 players, it still allowed the 7 Luminaries Alliance to gain an additional 200 experts capable of overpowering the average Tier 6 player. This was an overwhelming advantage that no pseudo-Apex power could overcome in the current Eternal Realm. Does the 7 Luminaries Alliance even need our help? They can easily defend this place with the forces they have, Fry muttered and sighed dejectedly when she saw the difference between the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces and the various powers that had come to assist with the Resurrection Camp's defense. The 7 Luminaries Alliance had occupied 6 Resurrection Camps, so the various powers' forces were split into 6 legions and sent to assist each camp. Among them, the legion sent to reinforce the Dead Zone Forest's Resurrection Camp consisted of 80,000 players, with the weakest member being a titled expert. In addition, 3,000 of these players could employ the help of 100-man medium bronze battle arrays. On paper, the various powers' forces outnumbered the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces. However, in terms of overall combat power, the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces wouldn't even need to break a sweat to obliterate them. Is this the strength of an Apex power? Fire Dance similarly couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the 7 Luminaries Alliance's defensive forces. Ever since she joined the Green God Corporation, she had participated in many battles across the Greater Gods domain, and she felt that she had already learned much of what there was to learn. But after coming to the Eternal Realm, she had her worldview shattered time and again, and it was especially so this time. Even without including the 7 Luminaries Alliance's experts, the several hundred Dark Gold combat puppets in this Resurrection Camp were probably enough to eradicate any realm empire. Yet, these Dark Gold combat puppets were only one of the defensive measures prepared for the Resurrection Camp. Moreover, this was only one of 6 Resurrection Camps occupied by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. At this time, Fire Dance wasn't the only person from Zero Wings stunned by the 7 Luminaries Alliance's might. Everyone else was in a similar situation, and they were once again made to realize how far of a path Zero Wings still needed to travel to reach the apex. Of everyone present, Sure Foam was the only one unfazed by the Resurrection Camp's defensive measures. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was the Greater Gods domain's oldest power. Its foundations far surpassed the other Apex powers. In his previous life, the human race could have never withstood the Holy Race's invasion if it wasn't for the 7 Luminaries Alliance shouldering the front line. Shortly after the various powers' forces arrived, a young woman from the 7 Luminaries Alliance approached them and stood on an elevated platform. The young woman had a silver ponytail reaching down to her waist, and she had a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. She was a level 173, Tier 6 Ranger, and she was equipped with exquisite mail armor and carried a strange longbow made entirely out of crystals. I am Verdant Rainbow, the commander-in-chief of this resurrection camp. Since you all have agreed to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's conditions, you should know of the camp's significance. Once the battle begins later on, the 7 Luminaries Alliance will take on the brunt of the enemy forces. You all simply need to take care of any rabble that manages to slip by, the young woman stated loudly as she surveyed the crowd before her. Personally, I only have one condition for you all. Do not let any Holy Race players set foot into the core circle. If any manages to do so, chase them out at all costs. You can also earn contribution points from the 7 Luminaries Alliance for every Holy Race player you kill. Once the battle is over, you can spend these points to exchange for weapons and equipment. The top 5 contributors of this camp will also get to exchange for 1 legendary weapon or equipment. So, I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon hearing Verdant Rainbow's words, apart from a few ignorant youngsters, everyone else couldn't help but be awed by the 7 Luminaries Alliance's generosity. The value of 1 or 2 legendary items might not be significant to the various pseudo-Apex powers, but it was a different story for 30 legendary items. If it were them, they would definitely hesitate to give away 30 legendary items for a single battle. After all, legendary items were incredibly rare, and it was especially so in the Eternal Realm. Rumor has it that the 7 Luminaries Alliance's warehouse has the biggest and most complete collection of legendary weapons and equipment in the Greater Gods domain, and any class can find a corresponding weapon or equipment in it. Blood Emperor Garrett licked his lips as he looked at Verdant Rainbow. It seems I can't afford to take it easy in this battle. Besides Garrett, Orbeth also couldn't help but look at Verdant Rainbow, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. For experts of their caliber, weapons and equipment were of utmost importance. However, getting their hands on highly compatible legendary items wasn't easy because every legendary item had different compatibility with different classes. Generally, the best way to obtain legendary items of high compatibility would be to get them custom-made. The only problem was that very few individuals could enjoy such a service, even among the various pseudo-Apex powers. Meanwhile, if custom-made items weren't an option, the next best option would be to find non-general legendary items, also known as class-specific legendary items, to actually open up its warehouse. It seems the 7 Luminaries Alliance is serious this time. Shifeng was also tempted by Verdant Rainbow's words. In the hands of the right class, class-specific items would usually perform 10% to 20% better than general items, even if both possessed the same attributes. This was because class-specific items could not only enhance and make it easier to use the skills and spells of their corresponding classes, thereby increasing their users' skill and spell completion rates. However, compared to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's rewards, what surprised Shifeng even more was that the ranger named Verdant Rainbow had appeared in this place. Verdant Rainbow might be unknown to most players in the current Greater Gods domain, but she was incredibly famous during Shifeng's previous life. Her title was even known by all throughout the Greater Gods domain, as it was one of the few titles in the Greater Gods domain's history that carried the word God. God Hunter. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3584, Chapter 658, First War. Chapter 3584, Chapter 658, First War. Chapter 658, First War. Is that woman strong? Guild leader? Hidden Soul asked out of curiosity when she saw Shifeng scrutinizing Verdant Rainbow. Hidden Soul understood Shifeng to a certain degree, so she knew that most experts couldn't catch his attention. Even when the other party was a powerful and influential person in the Greater Gods domain, Shifeng would, at most, take a few extra glances at them. He would never bother to scrutinize them. Normally, those who could gain Shifeng's scrutiny would be individuals of extraordinary strength, or, more specifically, individuals who could threaten his life. Yes, very much so, Shifeng quietly said, and nodded. I dare say she's among the top 10 strongest players in the current Eternal Realm. Top 10. Hidden Soul couldn't help but take a closer look at Verdant Rainbow upon hearing Shifeng's evaluation. Then she skeptically continued. Although she is currently at Tier 6, her mana and aura still feel weaker than Azure Shadow's group. The various Apex powers should have also sent some of their old monsters into the Eternal Realm. Even if she is slightly stronger than the various Apex powers' younger generation, I doubt any one of the younger generation can rank among the Eternal Realm's top 10. Hidden Soul was no longer as ignorant regarding the greater god's domain as she was when she was still operating under the Flower of Seven Sins. While she might not know how many experts the various Apex powers had under their command, she knew every major power operating in the greater god's domain had a group of old monsters operating behind the scenes. In terms of age, even the youngest of these old monsters were probably over a century old, while the older ones had mingled in the greater god's domain for centuries already. Meanwhile, because of the combat experience they had accumulated and the foundation they had built for themselves, they had a vast advantage over players of the younger generation, and it would take the younger generation a lot of time and effort to catch up to them. Moreover, the stronger a power was, the more so this would be. After all, most of these old monsters had similarly been regarded as paragons and chosen ones during their younger days. The talent they possessed was not at all inferior to the current younger generation. Admittedly, not many powers and players were currently present in the Eternal Realm. But even in this limited population of players, it would still be incredibly difficult to rank among the top 10 in strength. In Hidden Soul's opinion, even Shifeng couldn't necessarily accomplish this feat, so the odds of a woman younger than Shifeng accomplishing it should be even lower. It might be impossible for others, but not for her, Shifeng said, shaking his head and wryly smiling when he saw the skeptical look on Hidden Soul. As for why that is the case, it is because she currently possesses the World String, a divine artifact. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to regard her as a taboo. Verdant Rainbow was a legendary name in Shifeng's previous life. During a defensive siege against the Holy Race, Verdant Rainbow had single-handedly slain 16 ancient saints and one holy ancestor. Her achievement was so astonishing that she scared away the royal power attacking the holy city she defended. But who could blame them? To the Holy Race, ancient saints were the equivalent of the human race's ancient gods, while holy ancestors were the equivalent of the human race's primordial gods. Yet, with one bow, Verdant Rainbow had shot down 16 ancient saints and one holy ancestor. Such an achievement could only be found in the Grand Library's records in the modern Greater God's domain. In fact, Verdant Rainbow's achievement might be even more incredible than these records. It was why the 12 rulers of the 12 sanctuaries had unanimously agreed to award Verdant Rainbow with the title of God Hunter. In terms of significance, a title awarded by the 12 sanctuaries rulers was far more valuable than a title awarded by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Not only was it a representation of strength and status in the Greater God's domain, but it also came with blessings from the Greater God's domain. Although the current Verdant Rainbow had yet to become as strong as she was when the Holy Race invaded the 12 sanctuaries in Shifeng's previous life, the fact that she was already in possession of the World String meant that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient gods. This was also why Shifeng was so surprised to see Verdant Rainbow. A divine artifact. Is the 7 Luminaries Alliance insane? After hearing Shifeng's words, Hidden Soul couldn't help but gape in shock as she looked at the strange-looking crystalline longbow on Verdant Rainbow's back. For players like herself, divine artifacts were things they could only dream of obtaining. Although Shifeng had handed the fragmented divine artifact rank Chaos Windblade to Gentle Snow some time ago, Hidden Soul still felt that divine artifacts were far out of her reach. Meanwhile, divine artifacts were items regarded by the various pseudo-apex powers as their greatest trump card. They would never take out their divine artifacts to a fight unless they were facing an existential crisis. Hence, Hidden Soul found it unbelievable the Seven Luminaries Alliance would let someone take a divine artifact into a fight over just one resurrection camp. It should be known that divine artifacts were items that could be dropped on death. In fact, they would have a considerably great chance of dropping in battles between players. After all, players could use curse-type tools or special barriers to drastically increase their opponent's death penalty. On a large battlefield, players could even lose all of their weapons and equipment if they died multiple times. There was also no way to hide a divine artifact from others in battle. It might be hard to tell a weapon or equipment's exact rank outside of battle, but once in battle, so long as a player wasn't an inexperienced amateur, they could quickly determine the rank of their opponent's weapons and equipment based on the other party's combat performance. Not to mention, the might of a divine weapon was vastly superior to legendary and fragmented divine weapons. The moment Verdant Rainbow took action, everyone would be able to tell she was wielding a divine weapon. Defending a resurrection camp with a divine weapon was no different than waving a winning lottery ticket in a crowded street. Was the Seven Luminaries Alliance not afraid of getting robbed? That's not for us to worry about, Shifeng said when he saw Hidden Soul's drooling look. Then he switched to the team chat and said, "Miss Fry, once the battle begins, have all of your people gather near our Tier 6 members and do not move more than 100 yards away. Otherwise, we will have difficulty rescuing you." "Aren't you being a little too cautious, Guild Leader Black Flame? We will only be dealing with the rabble who manages to slip through," unrestrained Lionheart said as he looked at Shifeng in confusion. "Not to mention, if we restrict our movements to 100 yards around you, we will have trouble chasing the Holy Race players out of the camp's core circle." The rules for occupying a resurrection camp were simple. So long as a guild could ensure it had the most members present in a resurrection camp's core circle for 24 hours, it would immediately gain ownership of the resurrection camp. No interruptions were allowed during this period. If a guild failed to maintain its numerical advantage even once, the whole occupation process would have to start all over again. But once a resurrection camp was occupied, if other guilds wished to occupy it, they would need to ensure nobody but their own members were present in the core circle. Moreover, they needed to keep it that way for 24 hours. If so much as one member from the resurrection camp's owner entered the core circle, the occupation process would be cancelled, and it could not be restarted until the core circle was cleared out. Even if the invading guild had more members in the core circle, it still wouldn't matter. Hence, for those seeking to occupy a resurrection camp, it was crucial they be the first to occupy it. Currently, their task was to chase away any Holy Race player who managed to enter the resurrection camp's core circle. If they had to limit their movements to within 100 yards of Shifeng's team, they would have difficulty exhibiting their strength. Just as Shifeng was about to explain his decision, several of the dark gold combat puppets stationed along the resurrection camp's perimeter suddenly went on alert as numerous red dots appeared on their 20,000-yard warning map. These red dots came in different sizes. The greater the size, the greater the target's energy levels, the greater the target's strength, and the greater the threat the target would pose to the combat puppet. I got 1,043 high-energy alerts. The Holy Race's army is here. Estimates show at least 1,043 Tier 6 experts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.